Howdy, howdy, howdy. We have two for the price of one. Two nuts to talk about today. Mm-hmm. I hope y'all's weekend and y'all's day have been going okay. You know what? I'm always laying down doing these damn lives. Maybe if I sit up, maybe I get it together. But it sounds like make me sound like I'm enthusiastic. But I'm just never. I'm in. I'm the same way whether I'm enthusiastic or not, right? Because I'm cool first. I'm calm and collected until I'm not. Other than that, you know, it is what it is. What up, Miss Tanya, and anybody else who is listening? And what's happening? Let's see who we got in here. People on Twitter, YouTube, and what's that? What is happening with y'all today? Listen, y'all. Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Right? Too damn fool. The news have been piling up, backing up on me. I mean, I just don't know. I can't keep up. I got a lot of stuff going on, and some stuff is just more important than other things, right? And when you're dealing with people on the other side of the country and people in the middle of the country, all that, listen, you have to be available when the people are available, right? So anybody knows about doing your thing, hitting a hustle, you know that hey, you got to be up when the money up. Okay. But lucky for us. Oh, hold on, I got you. Hey Miss
Hey,
Tanya, what's going on?
oh, nothing. Yeah, you got a lot of strange stuff here where I'm at, especially in New York. You got that one guy who on the subway train burned that lady to death. You know, it was
Oh
horrible.
wow.
Oh, yeah, she
When
was
was
just,
that?
and this is in New York on the subway, and this guy was illegal. So she didn't know what was going to hit her because she's from my state of New Jersey. She didn't know what was going to hit her, and all of a
Mm,
sudden, this guy decided to burn her up.
wow. There be
And
so
then
much stuff going on those subways, and I swear I be wishing that we had one here. But I'm like, maybe we don't. But you know, the people up north crazy. Y'all kind of, you know.
And then we got this Luigi Mangione who killed that United Healthcare worker. And all you
Yeah.
got, he's on state. And I never seen a perp walk like that. The mayor was there. You should have seen that, Angie. I'm not sure if you saw it or not. When they arrested him, one guy against a whole dozen police and guns on one dude. And I never seen a perp walk like that in my life. And I'm 58, man.
So let me
You
ask you
know?
this: when you said you've never seen a perp walk like this, so are you saying that they are treating him unfairly, or are you
No,
saying that you know he need to
no,
be
he
walked out like a perp?
well, it should be like that with a helicopter on top of the courthouse with the mayor of New York, who's already in trouble,
Oh
and he had
Lord.
all those guns and everything on him just to go to the state court, you know. Then he goes to federal, and now they're asking for the death penalty on him. 'Cause it all started when the United Healthcare worker, was on his way to a meeting, and this guy shot him in the back, you know.
Hmm.
Then he went
Well, let
over
me,
to Philly, huh?
now, do you believe in the death penalty, or
Listen, nobody puts nobody to death these days. Oh, I forgot. They did a firing squad on one inmate.
yeah?
Yeah, yeah. You
I
must have heard
wonder.
about that.
I forgot which uh prisoner requested a firing squad. I'm like, my
Oh, yeah,
God.
yeah. They sat him in a chair, shackled him, put a target on his heart, and then they just a
Jesus.
firing squad.
That is just insane. And you know what? And to be honest, I had even forgotten that method of execution still existed. I mean, I had even forgotten
Oh,
because that is so crazy. And I haven't done
there, are
litigation.
two-
That's
there, are two-
crazy.
yeah, there are two states that have it. Utah. What two states have a firing squad? Oh, five of them. It's Idaho, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Utah.
Okay.
New York and
I
New
had
Jersey, they got
forgot
firing squad.
because it's so we don't do that here. But I had even forgotten
I like to
about
say,
people can be put to death by firing squad. That is so crazy. That is so Middle Eastern. That's
that,
crazy.
oh
Hanging
yeah,
and all of that. That is just
and that
insane.
guy Brian Goldberger, he's facing that too with those murder of the. I like to say if the guy was black, they would have shot him dead to rights. I'm sorry.
Oh God.
I'm just telling the truth. If his name wasn't Brian Kohlberger, his name could have been like Brian Jackson or some other name. They would have shot him dead to rights with no questions asked.
Hmm.
I'm
So
just telling the truth about it. You know,
so let me ask you too. Do you think that the guy that allegedly shot the United Healthcare guy, do you think he's getting a fair deal or no?
they haven't really started the trial. He's looking at state and federal charges, and he's gotten a lot of support from a lot of people who have donated money to him. And some people believe he did the right thing by killing the dude because people that had United Healthcare didn't get was not really their they died or didn't get insured, you know. But
Yeah,
right now,
and that's where I was kind of going with it because I know we have a, a select, and I won't say select few, but a number of people who believe that he was justified in the actions he took
hmm
or made, or sometime, and also that he should be shown leniency, due to the nature of our healthcare system and all of this and what he was going through, possibly could be going through or what have you. Um, and depending on his defense,
yeah,
uh, that may what all he was going through may come into question or it may not. It just depends on his defense, right?
yeah. I
And
think
see,
health insurance is like car insurance. You better be covered or you're not covered.
right.
It's like car insurance. I have WellPoint, and I get an OTC over the counter card, so I'm okay for right now. But they said most of the people outside that courthouse was a bunch of women. Angie,
Uh-huh.
you know, But like I said, if his name was Luigi Mangione or his name would be Muhammad something, they would have shot him dead to rights, no questions asked.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
That,
That's the
that's
truth.
that's yeah, and it's so. I
It's,
mean, we're always going to be treated with
yeah,
not pretty much that they're not going to give us any type of consideration. You know what I'm saying? When it
like I
comes to
said,
arresting us and giving us any type of concern or any type of care. That's what I'm trying to say. They're not
they
gonna.
think, yeah, they think of us as collateral damage. You know,
Yeah,
like, like they want like in the population of black people. You know. So like I said before, if that guy in New York was black and his name wasn't Luigi Mangione, it would have been Muhammad Jackson or something like that. They would have shot him dead to rights, no questions asked.
yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
I'm just telling
he
the
would have
truth.
received his justice, according to them, right there on the scene. You understand what I'm saying? That's
Thank
what
you.
they believe that
Thank
they do, and it's so unfortunate that
you. It
where
is.
the law is supposed to be colorblind, it really isn't.
No, it's not. It's for selected people. You
Hmm.
know, it's for selected people, and it used to be for all of us, but now it's just for half the people that don't that ain't black. And if you are black, you better pray to God that you don't get shot.
Hmm.
Okay,
Hmm.
that's it. And I was watching on that too. That because and there's Puffy and everything else, and Chiefy D's trials coming up. But yeah, uh, Lori Valley Daybill. I could tell you this right now: if her name wasn't Lori Valley Daybill or Lori Jackson or anything else, they would have shot her dead to rights too, with no questions asked either.
Yeah, Lord, ooh, Lord, honey, and
Like
that's
that lady got
the
shot by
case.
the cop with holding a plate or dish something, and he shot her dead to rights.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a case that I'm gonna have to interject some context in or whatever. Because again, I was following it. When it was on, they were doing all of the 48 hours and the Dateline and what have you. And then, once I just fell off it. And then the next thing I know, they had put them in, you had them in
hmm,
custody, and
hmm,
I hadn't even known that the dude Chad it was even close to going on trial. And then I looked up, he was on trial. I didn't follow it, and then I was just, and then I just picked back up with
yeah,
it a couple of times last
yeah.
year, and then this year. So I got, I have
But just
some
like the Karen Reed
time to
trial,
make up.
like I said before on that, if her name wasn't Karen Reed, if her name was Angela something or other, they would have shot her dead to rights too.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Hmm.
yeah. So they're
Yeah.
going to retry her today, and, But it's just a dark shade of way our justice system is screwed up, and it's we tried to fix it back in the 70s and 80s and 90s, and we still haven't fixed it. So it's
Mm-mm.
just going to be unfixable at this point.
Right. Right.
But,
Yep.
so you want Lloyd Valley Daybill or something like that. But like I said, if her name was a different name, they wouldn't have cared. They shot her right then and then had no questions asked. I'm sorry about to say this, but that's the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Well,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah. I'll be 59 next month. So, yeah. But it was nice talking to you, Angie, man. And
No problem.
Yeah, and before I go, in the famous words of Captain Murdoch of Lethal Weapon, I'm getting too old for this shit. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
See you.
Okay. All right. Yes, people. Yes. So with Mr. Eyebrows, and when I say that, I'm referring to Luigi Mangione. Um, I'm just here's the thing, right? You know when you've been immersed or submerged in more on one side than the other, when you come up for air or you are wedged in the middle, you are really surprised by what the other side is saying because I don't so I understand, but then I don't, right? I understand that unless you went to law school or whatever, you're probably not going to understand what's going on. I get that. What I don't understand is the fact that no one understands policy and no one understands the law as when I say that, meaning that there are a list of very prescribed set of instructions, rules and regulations, right? That tells us what we can and cannot do. And that's it, right? And it can be interpreted, meaning what is written can be interpreted, and that's when we get our common law, right? Sometimes commonly referred to as case law. Okay. But I don't understand. I understand the nexus and how the people putting it together. I just don't understand how people standing on the fact that, well, and I don't know if this happened, but well, he was denied a service by United Healthcare as though that's some kind of justification of killing some motherfucking body. I don't get none of that. I don't understand none of that. As if this man who probably didn't even deny the claim or deny the service or whatever, if that is the case. I mean, I don't know if it has something to do with the denial of service. I don't know. I'm just using this as a hypothetical. Is the one that should be killed. Huh? That is crazy to me. I don't understand. This is what I don't understand. I'm like, I know, huh? Because it's been on the other side. We don't, we don't oftentimes speak to the others. I mean, I'm talking about not the other than the lawyers and stuff. I'm talking about the families and stuff like that. You just don't speak to them, right? And and my interaction with the other side, it has come in with the rehabilitation and reform type of things, but you know that's something I had signed up for, and they weren't in there justifying their behavior and actions and shit. No, 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 no. That's what I don't understand. Because if you get down to it, you look deeply. Just say, not guilty by reason of insanity, right? And you just still gonna put you in some type of facility for treatment because you crazy. Um, Whether you are able to stand trial or not, that's a question. That there's a lot of mental when you're talking about mens rea, um, and when you're talking about if someone is competent enough to stand for trial. Because if you're incompetent, I mean, your mens rea is going to be, you know, the mens rea is something that's needed to prove in most cases the intent, right? So if someone isn't suffering incompetency and shit like that, how can you say just because they was done wrong that justifies somebody's feelings and whatever? And there are defenses for shit like that. It comes under the guise of mitigation, but still, just because you feel some kind of way, it doesn't mean that you get to exact the most the the most sternest penalty you can come up with. Because even if a regular person was going to punish the United Healthcare man for denying your motherfucking claim, it wouldn't be death. Like, I don't get it. That's why I be like, that's why I know it's deeper than that. It's bigger than rap. You know what I be saying? That's how I know that it has something to do with the type of person you are. The chances are you're a fucked up individual. Like I don't understand none of that. The punishment for denying a claim isn't death. Nowhere. That's why I be like when with some of them sympathizers and stuff like that. That's why I be wanting to get them, but I don't. I be wanting to. I be the it be weighing on my heart. Like, what are you talking about? I understand your upbringing and then this and then that and then whatever, but it's more than you who were brought up the same way. And they ain't say, they ain't having their head to do this, and whatever. Especially like, I mean, take it to the limits, like to do the most, like killing people, all that type of stuff. That's why I draw the line. I draw the line. And this don't have nothing to do with no training, none of that, no school, no the law, no, This has nothing to do with how I am as a person. I am sorry. This is how I am as a person. I just don't see just because you was raised some kind of way, experienced some kind of hardship or whatever, it don't mean that you get to run them up and get away with it. Are you kidding me? And then all you and then the reason being you ain't have nothing to eat, or maybe you in conditions where you're gonna be prone to violence and stuff like that. And just because you're in those conditions, it just by all means, that's where that's where well my the legal and my social um, principles they are aligned. So I'm not making. That's why I be calling people up here on sympathize and stuff like that. My shit is aligned with you understand what I'm saying? It's like I don't and I understand it because some people they you know um they understand it on a much deeper level and all this and whatever. But you know, and I understand their arguments, I just don't agree with it. And you have these general, I call them these general as um, statistics out here where the sampling is, it's a lot. Anybody knows um, anyone knows about that results and statistics and stuff like that knows what I'm talking about. I'm talking like sampling pools and things of that nature. Um, it's so basic and general. Some of the information that they put out here on these streets and and definitely on the internet. When you get down inside some of these pressure points and to really see what's going on, you will find out these people just full of shit. They in these neighborhoods, they in these situations and shit like that, full of shit. When offered to do better, whatever, they looking at you like you damn crazy. And I get it. And then you got to work on changing your mind. Well, trust me, baby, I done went down. I done wound down. Went down as far as I can go with it. To one, improve it, and the two, to understand it. And it be just them some fucked up ass people. Not all of them, just some of them. But and see, but here's the thing, right? And then this is where I get to have extra piece of the pie. Because I get to also say, guess what? If we keep continuing to allow these people to think that the way they getting down and the way they are justifying why they doing what they do and they mental and all this whatever, guess what? I got a mental argument as well. If you continue to think that and you justify your behavior and this and that, whatever, guess what? You're going to think that one, you can just get away with it. Two, you're not going to have any motivation to change. And three, you're going to be a continuous burden on fucking society. How about that? hmm You have to get with these sympathizers because they will ruin the damn nation. And a lot of time, and y'all ever notice, especially in the field of law or law enforcement, let me say that. Law enforcement, same thing. And it seems to not be any wiggle room and any it's like cut and dry, whatever, the police not allowing you to do you know why? Because of that last thing I said. They figured that just most people are just going to be a burden on society, a fucked up individual. They're not willing to change, that they don't want to change. So why give them um an extra, just say if it has something, why give them any flexibility when it comes to law, right? Or any other such programs, right? Or maybe programs that are different. But why give them that wiggle room? Because what we put on the table and put out that, hey, these people just want to be like this. You cannot. Let me tell you something. When you're talking about conditioning and shit like that, and I'm getting in the little area of psychology, whatever, conditioning and reprogramming and all that extra shit and whatever. You can't do that. You can't help them, whatever, if they don't want to help. Let me tell you, we've had so many programs have their funding diverted to something else because the people wouldn't show up or the people wouldn't take it or whatever. All kind of ghetto ass reason. And I come through the door at first glance. It looked like a bougie bitch. But when I talk to you, you know I'm silly as hell. And I'm cool, right? They'll tell you, man, Miss Angela, I be, you know, I figured it out. If I go do this, I'm gonna lose my benefits or whatever, and I mean, I don't get no more out of it. I mean, I might as well just stay home. On it's all kinds of stuff, or we get on, we go through these programs and stuff like that. They all in our business. They don't want to, put their information on a piece of paper and stuff like that. So a lot of the money for these services gets diverted somewhere else because there is no participation in the program. Back in the day, not too long ago, you had places that paid for school and things of that nature. What happened to those programs? You used to be able to get that type of assistance if you were unemployed and you go through those with the little agencies and stuff like that. Mm-mm. I think you used to also get hooked up with it when you used to go to the welfare office and shit like that. Now, I think pretty much the welfare offices are all satellites or online and somebody working in their goddamn bedroom and shit. I don't even think there's too many walk-in um, um, welfare offices no more like it used to be. I can remember passing by back in the 80s and 90s, and people used to be standing outside waiting to go in to the welfare office. Like, it is like, those places closed and things of that nature due to lack of funding, lack of support, lack of interest in the program. And that's up to the people. But yeah, I mean, it is really, really, really weird. But hey, we got two, in my opinion, two of the most craziest people outside of y'all that you ever want to listen to. Now, I haven't heard this foolishness, but of course, people, it's all on the timeline. And check this out right here. I had to look high and low to get like a copy of the trial for Lori and a a copy of the Kanye, this thing with Kanye. Now they're saying that somebody said that that they were removing the Kanye's interview, what have you. I have it. Hopefully, um, they'll let me play it. Let me see. Y'all, I seen a Jocelyn's 20 and 1. Y'all know, or did something like pop the balloon and all of that type of stuff. Listen, oh my gosh. I think I wish, and this is one thing about me, right? I be wanting to like you continuously. And what I mean by that is I be hoping that you don't do nothing to make me dislike you. You know, you don't do nothing to make me dislike you. And it's her attitude, how she be talking to these people, whatever. Y'all go check it out. It's like, I mean, just for no reason. It's like, why are you hating on on people that you shouldn't be hating on? Because as far as I'm concerned, if you just dislike somebody for just no reason, out of clear blue sky, what have you, your ass is hate. That's what it's called. Well, let me get academics up.
Is ridiculous. First of all, yesterday, so I come all the way to Los Angeles, and
Okay, let me back it up. So,
yeah, yo, yo, texting with Kanye is ridiculous. First of all, yesterday, so I come all the way to Los Angeles, and I'm expected to do this like elaborate interview with Ye. It turns into exactly what you see online. So Kanye says, "Yo, check this out. Yo, someone knocked on my door. I can't, like, I'm not doing anything today." He goes to check in at a hotel. The screenshots are online. Nothing I'm saying is made up. Someone texted him, I think his manager or something, like, yo, if you feel unsafe, go to the hotel. He basically hits me, says, yo, they're trying to put me in the hospital. They're trying to kill me. And I have to get out of here and I have to get to Japan. Apparently, like, Japan, China is like the only place where this guy feels safe. So he's like, yo, we could either do it now. So I know ETA. He's like, we could do it right now, right this moment, or I'm going to Japan. You can come to Japan. I'm like, fuck no, I'm not going to Japan. So yo, check this out. I'm like, great. I grabbed like this is like a vlog style joint. We're about to go to Kanye right now. He gave me his hotel. He's like, yo, pull up to the hotel. We're doing it in the hotel room. Fuck it. I'm like, let's do it. He then gives me a time. He's like, yo, he says, when can you get there? Get here. I'm like, I can get here at 10. He texts me back, literally, like all this is text. He texts me back 15 minutes later and says, I have to leave at 10. So I'm like, what? So I'm like, all right, well, I'm already on the way. I'm going to get there. I said, I'm going to get there 9:20, which I think I capped a little bit. What time it says we're going to get there? What time? 9:20. 9:20? Oh, are we getting there at 9:20? Yeah. Oh, perfect. Okay, so at first I thought it was going to be 9:30. So we got 40 minutes to do an interview, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just roll all the way through. I got his mic in my hand. This is my mic. And yo, whatever happens. Now I had a whole bunch of questions, this and third, but this is literally gonna be, yo, we're catching Kanye at a very interesting time. You know, some people might be saying that he's, I don't know if they would consider this a manic episode, or some people might say he's paranoid, or some people might be like, hey, listen, he's exposing a lot of truths, and anytime you do that, you always have to worry. So, listen, I don't know what it is. Listen, I barely woke up yesterday, but we're gonna go get this done. So again, I'm gonna bounce off the energy he got going on, but Yo, let me tell you this. Working with like rappers, but especially like a mogul like Kanye, yo, just jumping. By the way, is there? This is the only. I hope this is the only hotel. We're not going to the wrong one. Is the place we're going in West Hollywood?
Yes, West Hollywood.
Okay, great, perfect. So at least I know I'm going to the right place. I have to check my text every couple of minutes because this dude is liable to tell me like, yo, I just got on a jet. I just got on a jet. Okay. Yeah. All right. A little bit hectic, but it wouldn't be the life of making content. It wouldn't be dealing with Kanye West. Run and gun entertainment, man. Listen, the Academy. Why not? Yo, by the way, this is how funny it is. So I'm thinking about, yo, we got to do. Yo, they send me a look, which is like this dark, like almost silhouette, like aesthetic, and they're like, Kanye wants to do the interview, and it has to be done like that. So the whole time I'm hitting up production people, gaffers, I'm hitting up people who are gonna do all type of, real top level pro, because you know what I'm thinking? Kanye does music videos, and he's one of the best at it. Like Kanye shoot movies, which are music videos, right? Yo, I'm gonna have to do this whole interview probably in the studio or the little lounge of his suite. I think I don't even know what type of hotel room he has. You know what I mean? But I'm doing it in his room. Log it, okay? I can't even say no Diddy on this because he rocks with Diddy. Yo, I have no idea what I'm walking into. I have no idea. He said he got knocks on the door. Yo, so I just cut last scene, and I'm like, yo, let me look at questions because I gotta get everything. I gotta be prepared. Yo, and I'm like telling everybody in the car like how he's texting me. I'm like, yeah, Kanye's like kind of super sporadic right now, and yo, I read this message wrong. I just read it right. So I heard he says, yo, head, he said heads. I'm wearing my black outfit, and I was just like, okay, I like wearing black. Like, that's my color. Black. I'm wearing all black. He's wearing all black. I've also heard that Kanye before in the past has required people to wear all black. Yo, I go back to read the message, and I'm putting a little bit more context to it now. You know what he's saying? Heads up. I'm going to wear my black KKK fit. I'm like, what? So, like, yo, I skipped past. I didn't even, really caught it in the moment because I was like, yeah, 9:20 arrival time. That's what it says now. And he says, okay, we'll have 40 minutes. And I'm like, all good. What is a fucking black KKK outfit? Yo, what the fuck is going on? Yo, it's no way Kanye wearing a black. No, it's no way. No, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know if I would even feel like, yo, no way. I can't be my idol and he's wearing a black KKK outfit. Come on, bro. No, bro. Like, you know what I was expecting? A little bit, like, you showed up, be like, yeah, bro, I'm normal as shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I remember meeting Uzi. Uzi looks like he's crazy online. I met Uzi. Uzi's like, what up, bro? Like he's just like mad cool. It's like, he's just like vaping. That's it. I'm expecting Kanye to be like, nah, I'll just be trolling, bro. I gotta be having a good time. A black KKK fit. Oh my god, bro. We'll see if this can even be put out. But whatever's gonna, Jesus Christ, a black KKK fit. No fucking way. Do I look crazy sitting with him doing that? You know, like, yo, wait. That's the first thing I gotta ask him. Because I'm thinking about question, I'm like, not the first thing gotta be like, bro, why are you wearing a black KKK outfit? What? Alright, 2 minutes away. Listen, I'm still reading. I'm still like reeling at the fact that my guy said, yo, I'm doing a black KKK outfit. And I'm like, no goddamn way. No. Yo, as soon as he said that, I'm like, well, there goes monetization. You can't put that on YouTube. You know what I mean? I'm like, yo, I don't even know if I can put that on X. You gotta like create like a different website to put that. I think I'm gonna have a content that I'm gonna get like an NBA YoungBoy content. I'm not saying YoungBoy would ever put on this type of outfit, but you get the content and you're like, yeah, this won't come out. Anyway, we'll see. We're pulling up. I'm recording straight. I want to miss nothing. I've told my man, Listen, don't stop recording, no matter what happens. So again, I got his mic, I got mine. Yo, I feel like the only question to ask, as soon as I walk in, if I see this guy in the black KKK outfit, I really gotta be like, yo, yeah, what's up with you, bro? Like, forget the interview, bro. Let's just have a conversation. What's going on, bro? Like, where is this? I hope the. Oh. Listen, I don't know what I'm walking into. Okay, all right.
At the stop sign, turn left, then take a slight right on Vermont Lane.
Anything could happen, man. Anything could happen. All right, I'm gonna text him I'm here. Just so you know, because I know, he's like here. Let me just say here.
In 100 feet, take a slight right on Vermont Lane, then turn left in 100 feet.
Okay. You get that? This is a Chateau Marmont.
You're okay, guys?
Okay, thank you.
Can you just the front door? Yeah. He's an Uber.
All right. Yeah, Rico, you can get the bag out of the truck. Now we're here to see, I guess, Yay? You should be here.
You know how to get up there?
No, I don't know.
If you go to those stairs,
Yes.
then you're gonna go left
Uh-huh.
to the elevator. It's the 5th floor, I believe.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hold it really low.
Okay. No, you could actually, you kind of change. I think it's
Yeah. I know
pitched
you,
up.
You did something to it.
Is this? You like this?
Okay.
Okay. You just gotta push to, yeah. You gotta push to hold. He said 5th floor. Okay, here we go. Okay. Wait, where's the elevator? Over there? All right. Thank you. Okay. All right, I'm live. I'm live. I'll tell you after. Where's the elevator? Oh. Huh. Let me see what he says. Wait. Just hold my phone.
What was it?
5th? No, he did say room 64 or something. Let me tell you. Nice. I said here. He says, oh, room 56. Okay, I'm in the elevator now. Okay. All right. Jesus. Don't know what I'm walking into. Let's get it.
Room 56.
Oh, wrong floor? This hotel's kind of dark, isn't it? Okay, just keep recording. Alright. Yeah, this feels like a service elevator. We're kind of going up. Yo, I know you guys are probably watching this. This is like cinematic. I feel like I'm about to go into a dungeon. I have no idea. Okay, I'm cutting on his mic. Okay. Oh, this is it. This is it. Hold on. Okay. me see. Bro, you gotta stop calling like I'm literally doing something. Stop calling, please. I need the phone. I need the phone. I need to use my phone. Stop calling, please. Why didn't you wake me up? Jesus Christ. Now I can't even put my own password in. I gotta go in airplane mode. Okay, here. Yeah. Oh, okay. There, man.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Good seeing you, man.
How you doing, brother?
Good, chill.
My security. Sure, man. Kept it light. Kept it light, man. How's everything with you, brother?
Man, you know, good. Just to a place of refuge right quick.
The legend, man. How do you stay out here, dog?
I just be like in my office. Chilling.
I thought we were gonna do it in the warehouse.
I know, right? But I just decided I was supposed to leave yesterday, but then I was gonna do the interview with you yesterday, and
Yeah.
I was doing it earlier, and blah blah. And
Nah, I seen the online shit. I'm like, damn, what the fuck is happening?
yeah, so I just got like a little bit exhausted from that bullshit. It was just
I get it.
moving shit out the way.
This guy, man. All right. Okay. All right. I think my drip is decent, right? Is that a game? What game is that? Oh, what do you play on that? Like Pokemon? It's a Nintendo Switch. I don't know why I thought like it would be up in here with like some NPCs like banging it out type shit. It do look like kind of like a Switch, right?
It does, but it's not. Nigga, that's not no Switch. Switch, you could take the remote off.
That's probably some new shit, man. Yeah. Now I'm calm. I don't know. For another reason, I thought like there was gonna be like assistants, staff. I like it. A little bit simple. Oh boy. A little saucy in here, right? A little hot. Hat forward or backwards? My hat. Not the other hat. My hat. This way? Or this way? This is like the classic look. Yeah, I've been trying to take off my hat for a while. You know what I mean? Don't let it go over your head. But yeah. Nah. Okay, you could get a good angle if I'm sitting here?
Where's that sit? Right here?
Wherever you want. You can sit right here. Yeah. What do you think? Okay. So it's like magnetic. So one goes in here. Oh shit! I think it fell. Oh yeah. I see you with the bust down chain too, man.
Bro, took that Nazi chain and made it bust, but I wanted to wear it with this, but the part comes down a little bit too low. Like it need to sit right there. I got a white leather one and fall right in the perfect place.
Really?
Yeah.
You got this made specifically.
Absolutely. The leather, the nigga KKK shit. Hold on a second. I think the best place for the photo, can we move that to the side? Damn, can't move this shit up. It'll be like here, or...
Bro, you're just a designer at heart, man. Like,
I need to get a very, like if you had that chair.
If we had like two of them, right, it would probably work. If you're looking for that type of look.
I just stand. The best thing would be right here. And then you put your chair right there. Take my Timbs.
So like put this there.
Yeah, like if you.
Okay. Let me get this out the way.
Yeah, it's perfect. So you take that out of the way. So we just had like this framing right here.
Okay. So move this or keep it?
Yeah.
All right.
Like.
We keep this as the middle or this?
I would take that over just out. You don't need none of that bullshit.
Yeah.
Now, what's the frame look like? Because I like just standing right here.
Okay.
But also, be nice if you sat back here, you can get like a full frame. Now, do you want to talk to me or stand when I'm here? Like this?
I mean, I'm letting you set this on right now. What do you think?
I should have to throw the boots on with it.
Have you worn this out in public?
Nah, the funny thing is I really wanted to wear it yesterday, but I thought they would like put me in a hospital for my outfit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like they would put me in the hospital for my outfit. So,
so even yesterday, I'm watching the video, and I'm like, who do you think? Like someone knocks on the door. That's what the tweet said or the video said.
Yeah.
Who do you think that is, and what do you think? Obviously, you're saying things that how you feel at the moment,
Yeah.
and some people might feel like you're ruffling feathers. But who do you think would care that much that they would want to threaten your life? Because you do feel like your life is a little bit threatened, right?
Yeah, I think I definitely when I start bossing up for my kids, I definitely feel. One second, let me just. Yeah, I definitely feel that I was pushing life to the limits by pushing into the truth of like we know that wasn't surprising when I put that image up of my youngest daughter.
Yeah.
That wasn't like the most surprising idea, but it'd be things that happen that we know happen that we just can't do anything about. But then they push whatever agendas like on the media that they want us to focus on. And that's something where, I don't know who the people are, so it would sound like real conspiracy theory. I just know that the kid from Lincoln Park got killed for expressing some of these same truths. And for me, just as a father, at a certain point, it's not about, it never was that, but when you're a celebrity, it starts to be about more of what fame is going to get you, what clout is going to get you, what money is going to get you over, is this the right thing for your children? And, I'm willing to die for my children or to allow them to be in this kind of environment that I know they're in. And what I noticed on the comments, they always used to try to, like, for the past 10 years, they used to try to write me off. Oh, he's so crazy, he's so crazy. I'm seeing the comments is now like 60, 70% like, yo, he's just telling you exactly what's going on. He's just the only one that's in a position to be able to do it because I don't have any brand sponsorships. It's like I'm past cancel. So these people out here, they toying, they playing. It's interesting. The swastika, I want to just, I know we have a little bit of time. I want to tell you, by doing it, it's sort of like a magnet where people get so mad and they start exposing themselves because the Jews, they move in the tunnels. They move where you can't see them. They're an invisible hand, and they'll get like, what they'll do is they'll threaten people. Oh, we're going to take your tours away. We're going to drop your artists. You got to say this. You like, how many people I stand with my Jewish people, 3 years ago. And what I did is I stood on it this time. I never backed down. That's my whole thing. That's why I was mad about removing that somebody taught me into removing that Jay-Z tweet, because it was just like, nah, the whole idea is no matter what, I'm not going to back down. So by doing a swastika chain, it then ruffled some feathers. And then I really saw the comparison of me and Puff with the Diageo and the Adidas situation.
Yeah.
Regardless if they could have locked me up for taxes and that, they wasn't playing fair. Like, okay, cool, fair deal. You did good, we did good. It's like, no, you leaving with nothing. We have to destroy you. Even though they came and used us to tap into the culture and make money off of black people and people who enjoy black culture. If we said like, yo, you doing us wrong, you stealing my style, you taking all of my employees, you taking Jerry Lorenzo and making him do my same designs as he's the agreeable Kamala nigga. They started lowering the budgets for Puff. So I related to Puff, and then they pulled out a video with him and Cassie from 10 years ago. And then it made everybody be like, oh, Puff's a woman beater, so he's the devil. He needs to be in jail, right? Meanwhile, I don't know somebody who hasn't gotten into an altercation with a girl at one point, and including Cardi. So now Cardi's like he the number one guy at Rolling Loud, and Puff is in jail. And then you got two women beaters and you got two supposed pedophiles. Watch this. You got three. Watch this. Cardi, Puffy, Kendrick, the two pedophiles. Drake, R. Kelly, or supposed. Puffy and R. Kelly are in jail with Drake 5 years from now, or however long, when they feel like they really want to get that boy up out of here, they're going to play the Kendrick song. So that's how far they going. The Kendrick mix with the Universal, all that takedown of Drake reminds me of the No Diddy campaign for Diddy. Like, they going all out. But see, I know how to go all out, and I'm not even in their position. I just work on behalf of God. Like, how this shit comes together, the timing, everything is like a God sense. I had a couple things I want to say. So I pushed into the Puff song. I put my daughter on the song. The timing was so perfect. She went in, rapped it. She said, I'm getting sleepy. So she said, okay, good night. And that was the end. And she was giving me like the Lil Kim on the old Bad Boy record. So that's why we put that. And the idea was family. It's so many people who dad actually killed somebody, and they would do anything to have their dad home. The two twins, and Christian lost, their mama died and their daddy in jail. And everybody running around listening to murder music, right? But being like, Puff is the enemy. And when I see all these videos, all tapes, everything, Puff more like my twin. Me and him got into it because it's just like I'm telling these top 5 niggas, it's like, yo, actually we probably could be friends, but nigga, you ain't bringing none of that shit over here, nigga. Y'all niggas ain't as crazy as me. And that's why I asked Puff back in the days. It's like, man, how you just made it through all this Suge Knight shit? He's like, I'm the craziest one, nigga. It's like, so once them people, we family, we can get into it. But they started taking that shit too far. I started taking it personal at a certain point with Puff, like all of the media. Because I wake up every day, whether I did something positive, negative, somebody got something negative to say. You know what I'm saying? So I relate to the idea of being torn down by the media. You know what I'm saying? But keep going on. I know, because we got a short amount of time, I just want to hit you with that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, So, like, the whole thing about, and even whether it's the outfit, the swastika, I think some people, like, they feel like they're spreading hate. And encouraging violence versus people.
The thing that I forgot to say was, when my daughter was put on song, that's when I realized that I didn't own their name and likeness. So watch this. All the brands that I've made, I don't got the name and likeness ownership, or at least 50-50 with my kids. So how's it joint custody? My kids are celebrities, and I don't have to say so. So watch this one. So this white woman and this white family have the control of these highly influential black kids that are half the children of Ye. And that's just in everybody's face. And they was playing in my face like that. I try to go to Champagne and keep it calm, and my dad would call me, say, hey, don't go in on that woman because it's going to affect the children. But now it's like, it's war. Y'all niggas, they think they too powerful. The Jews think they too powerful. Think they could get Cardi to play with me. They think they too powerful. They think they could get Kim to play with me. The Jews and the whites above the Jews. You get what I'm saying? My life is on this shit now. These are my children. Cardi, you could leave me off the album and do that faggot ass trap shit if you want. But now you mention my daughter, like the whole plan is that y'all gonna pull my kids into y'all, whatever the word is, Illuminati system, and I don't have no say-so of my kids? Nigga. And anybody close, whether it's the Jews, whether it's Cardi, anybody within my reach, I'm doing everything legally in my power, everything of my fucking mastermind. You get what I'm saying? That's why I'm about to tweet this shit. I want Kendrick to always remember that Jay-Z tweet before he ever crossed the line.
Okay.
Nobody that worked for none of these fucking labels wanted with the king. I am the Don. Lucian, don't send none of your motherfucking slaves. Don't send nobody because they getting their head torn off. Quick. We ain't got no problem. Ain't no motherfucker. I'm the only king. I'm the only nigga that'll go up against these niggas. I'm the only nigga that survived through this shit. You know what I'm saying? Me, pussy ass, faggot ass, pink polo ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never killed nobody ass nigga. Fuck all you niggas. All you street niggas, all you rap niggas, just any nigga that ever said something about my fucking hat. None of these niggas, Jay-Z, Beyonce, you ain't helped me when I fucking was having problems with my kids. You could have used your influence. No, your influence is for politics. Your influence is how you could use a nigga you never wanted to sign anyway, that Dame signed. You ain't show up to my first fucking wedding. You ain't my family. I always wanted some kind of family. Never have family out here. So what the fuck? And then they take my actual blood family from me in my face. All right, so go ahead. I just had to get that stream of content. Thank you very much, sir.
Of course. I mean, I'm intrigued by, and I think people look at some of the stuff you say on face value. I see how, there's three themes that I come across with everything with you.
Yeah.
It's betrayal, it's being used, and your ideas, whether it's what you say or what you create, being censored. And I think every time I see it, no matter what you do, it falls under one of those. Like betrayal, there's a shit ton of people.
Yeah.
I mean, like even the Jay thing, you don't regret the tweet, because if he said something about your daughter, you'd probably be upset, right?
He should be upset. I ask people, like if I know somebody that's woke, like I knew this girl that only like hangs around really super woke, like some of like fat black girl models is like her friends type shit. And I was like, yo, you gotta tell me, you know what tweets y'all didn't like.
Yeah.
You gotta tell me what hurts so I could do it more.
Why?
Because that's when we're weakening the enemy. We breaking them down. All this, I'm a fat bitch on the runway. I'm so powerful. No, you're not. You're causing death. That shit is unhealthy. Let's do statistics on black obesity rates. Everything that's being pushed in the media is about decentralizing and tearing down communities. Even I low-key feel like the ICE is like basically like doing to the Latin communities what they did to the black communities. It's everything to decentralize, remove the fathers. Also, I had this theory that I just wanted to say, wait a second, I have another theory. It's about football and music industry, but I want you to get that Jay-Z answer. You get what I'm saying? Because everybody's like, what about the fact that everybody knows what I'm saying is true related to that photo that I put up with my youngest daughter, right? But everything is like, but you offended Jay-Z. Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? Put it like this. Let's take it to money. How much money do you think Jay-Z make off my catalog versus what I make off it? Next subject.
Well, some people might feel like, like even with the situation with kids, I hear you speak about that a lot. Like nobody really spoke up on your behalf. Yeah. But even when you speak about Kim, people might be like, well, you picked her. Like you put yourself in that.
Absolutely, I did. That was my fault.
Maybe they're saying that you don't take accountability.
No, that was my fault. I didn't want to have children with this person after the first 2 months of being with her. But that wasn't God's plan. But my issue with all these faggot ass celebrity niggas is, if you ain't gonna speak on my behalf of the situation I'm in right now with my children or where I was when I asked for the help years ago, don't talk about my political views. Pusha T, like, nigga, I bled for you. If nigga asks you about me, say we ain't speaking on Ye. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how y'all looking at me like a Vic, because you a street nigga. But it ain't that time no more. I'm the lawyer off Carlito's way. I'm the boss. You niggas is broke. You niggas is not masterminds. And you niggas should never have ever gone. Look at John Legend, old sissy ass. I ain't never do nothing wrong to that nigga. I changed generations of his life. And they got out that faggot ass hot sweater nigga come up and just, this nigga wears sweaters in motherfucking August and Barbados. John Legend, mashed potato. So, no, they say he smell like mashed potatoes. I don't know where I got this from.
No, he used to be your guy though. Like, so all these relationships,
Yeah.
are they repairable? Like even the Pusha, the Jay, the like. There's a long list. Even Cardi. Like I feel like, I know you say you want to hurt them, but you might overstep the line where maybe at a point Jay's like, man, I'm cool. Like I think after that tweet, he definitely, you know. And I don't know if these are relationships that's salvageable.
Why would I want to salvage relationships with
to a lot of people?
Why would I want to salvage relationships with broke ass slaves and slave herders? Like everybody. So this is what I'm saying. The Jay-Z thing leads me to the NFL. Why do they want a Drake to be out of there? Why do they want somebody with no hits like Kendrick to do the Super Bowl? Right. This is a theory I had. The people that run the Super Bowl had to come to people who run the music industry and be like, you guys, you're letting your niggers get out of hand. Oh my God, that Kanye. Would somebody take a knee for what? Where's out of there? See, that's the problem. You let them last too long. In our league, they're for 2 years, 3 years, they're out of there. We deal with, we got Tom Brady, he's great. We made Mahomes throw that fucking Super Bowl, so Tom could get his 7th ring and shit. But, like, you guys at the music industry, what you got to do, start getting smaller artists and put them on. We're going to set you up. We're going to take Rolling Loud. We're going to connect them with Live Nation. And then we're going to get a bunch of small artists, and then, you'll be able to make your money off of that. And then, if we take, Cardi's doing good, we'll make them take the blue pill. We'll have them rap about scams. And then mention Northwest. We love Northwest. Oh, Kanye, don't worry about him. He's a lunatic. Don't worry about him. Does any of that sound right or sound accurate to you?
Yeah, if you look, it does seem like I don't know if it's that control, but you could see. Wait
a second. You don't think you can see my eyes through the mask right there?
Yeah,
you don't know if it's that control. Meaning, but
so I'm the person who, again, I'm not gonna normalize me, and where like I'm the guy on Twitter, but I'm like, wait, you really think there's like this hidden hand that's really kind of moving in this direction, or it just kind of happens to be?
Do you think it's not? Do you think it's a possibility it's not? You think it's just all by chance and shit?
I would be opposed to it, but it feels like a little bit more. That's why a lot of people are intrigued too. Yeah. Because if probably one of the richest rappers ever is
not probably, definitely, but keep going on.
When you've gotten to the heights, and I'd say you're the greatest hip hop artist ever. When that person's then telling us it's like that, you then got to step back and be like, he knows definitely something we don't know.
Yeah.
And I think that's where we're also trying to like watch you and even listen. Even if people don't like some of the stuff you say, they're trying to figure out connect the dots and really see what's going on.
Well, you know what? I'm a leader and I channel and I don't see everything. I didn't picture us being here right now. I didn't have this vision yesterday. But I had one bag with me. I just got my leather outfit, and it was there. So it's meant. And I always thought, wow, that would make a really iconic interview setting. And I'm happy that I'm not sitting in it. And this is now making the movie. Like I said, with the North situation on the song with his son and the new artist, Jasmine Williams, it happened like that. Certain things I lean into. People think I'm strategic. The enemy might, my enemy, our enemy, might think I'm strategic. But I'm not strategic. I just lean into what I really feel. And I say my truth. and whatever comes with it comes with it. But my truth is so obvious to so many people because people are not allowed to say their truth to the point where they psych themselves out to think it's not true. And then so I'm not saying people's truth, I'm saying people's feeling now. Because your truth can be told to you, you could be programmed, but your gut is going to have millions of lifetimes of information. So when I go and I tweet, especially now, I'm speaking to people's gut feeling. Like, Iggy, not taking sides, but she gonna do everything in her power to make sure Onyx never is next to Kris Jenner. And you know why, and she knows why. That girl came from Australia, then no family in the middle of Miami. Now she's out here in California, and her whole goal as a mom is to keep her son as far away from Kris Jenner as possible. And we all know why. We all know those sex tapes are signed for. We all know those children, just in general, celebrity exploitation. Like when my daughter wants to rap, it's a thing where, damn, you really want to get into this game like this? And it's this balance. I had people around me, I was like, yo, this man Cardi is calling my baby mama, rapping about Skims, and then saying he need vocals. She may have supporting slip, needs vocals for the album. And the man was like, well, you know, that will blow her up. I said, it's my daughter, nigga. And see, that's the time when nigga hear me screaming from the other room and be like, why he screaming?
Wait, who said they would blow her up?
Well, I purposely didn't say the names and shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to. Anybody that never spoke out against me publicly, I'm not going to speak out against them publicly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
did I answer that? So, it's just God, I'm just channeling. Yeah. I'm just channeling something. So I ain't telling y'all to follow me or do not. Yeah, people are not even in a position to follow me. It's like I could change hearts and minds, perception, but at the end of the day, you still got to go work for a white man. You still got to work for a Jewish man that works for a white man. The black dollar has been so decentralized since gentrification and the fall of Black Wall Street that it's next to impossible for a community to get on their feet, get past the drugs, the food. The food's the original drug. The hurting, the fucking 25%. Definite, not chance, but definitely being locked up, the abortion rates. Like our position, I don't have the exact answer to the equation of how to get out of where we are, but I'm not going to say we're not in where we are. And this might be some Star Wars shit where it take generation after generation after generation where it'd be north and it'd be this and be that, but it's like you either on this side of it or you on that side. Cardi took the blue pill, but he made his name off of the red pill. The Matrix. The red pill is the niggas like Neo. The blue pill are the agents. So now Cardi is an agent. And you will see him like, you see on the joint where somebody touches them and then they become the agent?
Yeah.
That's what happened. They come, them Jewish people come, the record people come, they'll say, they literally called Ty Dolla and said, and this is coercion. That's why these niggas gonna be locked up someday. They'll come to you, they said, Ty, you have to denounce Ye publicly or we're gonna drop your artist, Leon. We're going to cancel all your tours. So they on some mob shit. So it's die, nigga. You know what I'm saying? They up here threatening niggas, stopping their money. This is real life shit off of a statement. Off of me wearing a motherfucking chain. Off of me wearing they pain. But they playing, turning up, promoting, and making money off of our pain. But if I wear a piece of they pain, then they're going to threaten to destroy everything moving, everyone around, destroying people's lives. We're going to destroy Leon's life. Leon did that whole SZA album, and now we're going to destroy his life if you don't denounce this man's tweet type shit.
Do you talk to these people like before you send out a tweet? Because I would imagine he would give you a call and say, "Yay, I'm in a tough spot." Like, you know, and again, I think you said something important. You're not expecting everybody around you to be dick riders and agree with you, but when they speak out against you, you feel like it's either unnecessary or that's a form of betrayal, right?
Yeah, like Ty put up the tweet before we landed. He said, I got to say something. I said, say, I'm not racist, but Ye is. We agreed upon that. When I landed, he put up, I don't condone hate speech. You letting these niggas put words in your mouth. I 100x'd, 137x'd his career. Not one, not two, not 20, 137x'd it. And while I'm on a plane, you put up word by word Jewish vernacular. My thing is we could sit and talk it out. I know they on your head, but nigga, you don't got to denounce me, period. And if you do, you talk to me about how we gonna do it. See all these street niggas and this niggas running around with guns, got bodies. They think they boss, so they think I'm a motherfucking Vic or some shit. They think because I give niggas high salaries, nigga, I'm a billionaire, nigga, I don't give a fuck about that shit. See, this is my issue with Jim Jones, right? So he says he's gonna get a jib or a div. I don't know what the fuck the word is, but basically like he gonna get a percentage if he introduced me to this crypto nigga, right? Mm-hmm. And I know this shit sound like a Tarantino movie. Jim Jones wants me to meet with Mr. Pink to make $2 million off a crypto coin. Next Tarantino film, right? So then I found out before the second meeting that he was gonna make this money. So.
Did he tell you?
No, he said that he's going to get a percentage. He didn't tell me what it was, and he didn't say he's going to give me a piece of it either. When I found out how much money it was, I was like, you know what? One second. Hello. Yeah. Okay, send him to room 59 right now. Thank you. So when
You found out about...
When I found out that he was getting the money, I was like, how much money is it? Yeah, I'm going to take that meeting for you to get the money, but I got to sit there. What are you going? Like, I wasn't like, oh, nigga, you ain't tell me I'm not going to. I still took the meeting, and the nigga still got the money, right?
So he got paid $2 million?
Yes.
For you taking the meeting?
For me taking the meeting. But watch. And I was the money was a bit behind my back. I didn't really know about it. People be doing shit behind my back. My issue with Jim was we working on clothes. And I said, look, send me a PDF. For anybody who doesn't know, it's like a group of pictures in a folder that you send to the iPhone. You could do like 300 pictures, 10 pictures on it, 10 pages. I said, send me a PDF of all the ideas, all the young niggas you know in New York. Let me see all of this shit right now. Let the king see everything that's happening, right? This man tells me, I don't know how to make a PDF. That was way more disrespectful to me than a nigga figuring out how to get the $2 million. Do you understand why? Because this shit to my face, nigga. You gonna lie to me about a fucking PDF, you faggot ass nigga? After I sat and took the meeting for you, you took the money and I ain't even asked your broke ass for a percentage?
Maybe he didn't know how to do it.
Do you think one of his young niggas knew how to do it?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think that he could have figured it out after that nigga made $2 million?
Definitely.
Next subject.
Definitely. What is the real thing with you and Drake? Like, I've always been confused. It feels like, I can't tell if it's a love-hate thing. You know, I've watched hundreds of hours of you talking about just interviews, and at a point, it felt like the energy shifted, and then we just started seeing it everywhere. And I can't tell, what is it?
Yeah, it's like family members that you don't fuck with. Like, I appreciate, one thing is, Drake is a million times better than Kendrick and a million times more important. You know what I'm saying? What Future has done, Thug, what Drake just culturally is, that shit last year, I couldn't even barely sit through that shit. That shit was insane, bro. That shit had Lucian Grange, Universal, Drake lawsuit shit written all over it. This shit, at the end of the day, all this shit I'm saying, Jim Jones, Kendrick did, all these celebrities, the funny thing is we're all in the same boat. But while we're on that boat, we're also fighting amongst each other. And as I get stronger and stronger, I get more into a position of being who I really am. But right now, Or maybe I get into that position right now, but where I was yesterday, it was like, how the fuck I'm supposed to lead y'all and you got these niggas that's running y'all making you fuck with me. So none of y'all niggas can fuck with me or will fuck with me, and if you fuck with my daughter, then I'm sitting down for that. So, and that's my stance on it. It's like, nigga, I make music better. I push niggas don't, no one make music that's nowhere near as good as music. Like when I made Moon, it basically ended Frank Ocean's career. He ain't have a song since then. You know, sipping some wine. Like, nigga, like I heard it. I was like, oh, this nigga's never gonna be able to make another album again. I wanna go to the moon. Any genre of music that anyone has, I make a better version of it. I'm 10 times stronger at music than anyone living. But then in 5 territories, okay, what do I do? Clothing, this, political stance, social media, expression, gravitational pull, momentum creating, all that. So what do we do with that? Why do I go at the celebrities? Because they're in the way. They're making, as J. Cole said, false idol. Nigga, you're the false idol. You can't fuck with me no day. They're the false idols. They want to put people, camouflage the truth, the goal, the true God. And everybody know it. All of them know what it is. All of them needs to work for me. Drake need to be my writer. Trav need to be my producer, like how it always was. But somebody, they pull him to the side. They Virgil them niggas. See, the thing is, Virgil going to LVMH, the black situation don't change. Kamala, vice president, the black situation don't change. Or the world situation, period. Obama president, the world situation don't change. Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, Ye, Disney, Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes changed flight. You know what I'm saying? And there, if you watch The Aviator, him as a white man, him because he's a maverick, they fuck with him. They fuck with him. At the end of the day, y'all fucking with me, but I'm here to just tell y'all that y'all can't fuck with me. That's the whole idea. Like,
why say fuck Virgil after he passed? I think a lot of people feel like, you know, he's not here to defend himself, and that I think people are just confused by that. We get the story of how you guys kind of separated and how you feel, but you know they always say sometimes, you know, when someone passes away, you know, can't be for the dead man, you know. It feels like you still have a little bit of animosity there.
I'm evil.
You don't think about like his family and other people that love him?
I am an evil person.
You don't think that? I feel like you've always represented God-fearing ideals, though.
Yeah.
So how does that? How could you identify that person?
God has the wrath. You only play with God for so long. Niggas is out here playing games. Don C and him starting RSVP behind my back. This nigga taking money, like kind of the Jim Jones situation. Oh, yeah, gonna come to the club. I was Louis Vuitton. They take that position. They put him in that position. They build the anti-Kanye club at Nike. Everybody that worked for me. And what best put it in perspective is Virgil is the Jesus of the niggas that work for me. Right? Because every nigga that worked for me would have rather been me. Why do I have problems with almost every celebrity? Because they're jealous. And they should be, because I'm better than them. Because I'm more anointed and I'm appointed. And I understand the jealousy in the hearts of men. But they had to understand the wrath of the king also. All these pussy faggot niggas could shut the fuck up. Don C. pussy ass. Supposed to be the realest nigga alive. You know what I'm saying? I remember him sitting with me and saying, brah, what's up with this red hat, bro? What's up with this red hat? They told me, who's they, nigga? They told me that, you know, if you don't stop wearing a hat, man, they're gonna give it. And they named a rapper right here. Now, I love this rapper, so I don't even wanna, like, put him in this conversation. But it was like a they, you know, the invisible hand, the people. You know damn well that Super Bowl, that Kendrick Super Bowl and that Grammy Super Bowl had invisible hands on it.
Yeah.
Like, everyone culturally fucking knows that. They fucking know that. So watch. Don C tells the nigga A-Side. The nigga A-Side was talk about the other day with the scoliosis.
Okay.
Right? First of all, like I said, I make it clear. This nigga come up to me talk about how my teeth don't look good. I was like, nigga, you telling me about something that look good? And of course, he's Tremaine's friend. And it bothered me. When, A-Side, because it bothered me every day after you said that. Like, yo, how do I let this nigga, you know that nigga say some shit to you, and like 10 minutes later, you're like, yo, how I even let this shit happen?
Yeah.
Right? So, but A-Side did give me a bar. He said, Don C once told me, and this is towards the end of the conversation, the last time I ever spoke to him. He said, man, and Don C was working for me at this time. Man, I'm glad Ye didn't get the Nike deal. And when I didn't get the Nike, it was heartbreak. It's all like, oh man, because I had the fucking Yeezys. I was on the second Yeezy. And I just, man, I'm like, we about to make the biggest. We about to make Yeezy and Nike. We about to tear people's heads off. You know what I'm saying? I'm a nigga from Chicago. I got the hottest shoe. I'm at Nike. It wasn't no J. Cole, Kendrick, Trav, Drake, Virgil. I was all of them in one, right? Before they started putting all these battery packs, Lucian battery packs, LVMH battery packs by each one to distract from the true leader and shit. So Don C then says to A-Side, I'm glad Ye didn't get the deal because it wouldn't have gave no one else a chance. Well, who's the one? 4 people that work for me. So that means all 4 people that work for me was going into the meetings with me, working on designs for me, then shaking hands with people behind my back. They wasn't really with the king. Faggot ass Virgil, faggot ass Don C, faggot ass Matt Williams, and faggot ass Jerry Lorenzo. 4 faggots.
Interesting. I mean,
and also, you gotta run this shit straight.
yeah.
You can't chop it up. You can chop it, you can do whatever. It's like they chopped up the Bible, the word still came through. Imagine you try to chop the word faggot at his interview, it would be like 3 sentences.
Well, you know, as we talk about censorship, and even you say that, I still say the F word. Just like you've been throwing it around like you don't give a damn. How do you feel about like people like, you know, speech is censored a lot. What we could say, it feels like you're trying to take off those shackles, and it's like you said woke is dead.
Yeah. All right, we're supposed to leave 18 minutes ago.
No. So you're going to Japan for real?
Don't drop the location. No.
So, what's out there? I know you had wanted me to come to China. I was just like, it feels so far away, and culture, like what are you seeing? Like you just tell me what's on that side of the world. I've never been.
Hold on a second. Somebody just talked about this car. He said, yo, Cardi wants to sit down. Let's connect, gang. I said, who's this? Lou. I'm with Cardi's camp. Give me a call. I said, who gave you my contact? Answer that question first. Cash, tap in. We black men, these industries are extorting us. Black on black violence. Information is key. These niggas are setting you up. Yeah, I could definitely see that, but perfect setup. You mentioned my daughter, so now I get to end the movie. And I'm gonna end the movie with somebody for sure.
Do you think he did that purposely, or do you think he just thought it was kind of trendy because Kim acknowledges? Again, you know, there are some people who feel like it's just random coincidences, and it looks like you're like, no, you're doing that to fuck with me because you left me off the album.
If you my dog, well, one of my actual friends or someone that could call my daughter their niece will reach out to a woman that I got issues with, obviously. That's some faggot shit. I ain't no street nigga. I'm the pink polo pussy faggot and shit, but I know that is not street code. I know that part. Like, is that okay? That part of it. Before we even get to me being mad.
No, I get it. Like, if it's like an ex. Like, why you hitting on my ex? You know what I mean? Like, if you my man's and I don't fuck with my ex or I don't fuck with my baby moms, why you hitting? Why you even acknowledging her?
Why? And you're fucking reposting my baby mom, and not even reposting me. You was the first feature on Donda. It's like the Cardi shit is like the final heartbreak. I don't give a fuck about this black mother. How these niggas run up, nigga? Come kill me then, nigga. Come kill me because the motherfucking coward dies 1,000 deaths. And it's the final heartbreak. Niggas using you, you know what I'm saying? It's like this.
Why weren't you on the album? Like, it seems like if you felt like you were gonna be, like you guys worked on, did you work on music?
Yes.
That was gonna be on
the day I did Wheels Fall Off, that's when the nigga Cardi got the song with Thug and Ty and shit. We was in the studio. We was working on, he sent me the song, we was talking about doing a mixtape, and then, this gentleman named Peter told me like on Wednesday or Thursday to it, whatever it was like, oh, this Cardi album is going up Friday. I said, I called him, I say, bro, where's our song? But on that note, it feel like on Cardi album, like he's doing everybody a favor though too. He need to have all them fucking features. It felt like, oh, he hot right now, and he had to do Uzi a favor, or this a favor, that favor, and it's just like, and this level, obviously the album could be better. At this level, it's a different level of experience that's needed to handle 30 songs, to understand how to be running those producers. Like Cardi's a genius in his own right. It's another thing to run that Donda Stadium. And it's just what they call it, ambitious. Like that amount of songs is really ambitious. And a big thing is like, how do you do that without me just as your producer mind, whether I was on it or not? It's like, y'all keep on wanting to do like the last Kendrick album, not that, but the previous one is like a direct copy of
Mr. Morale and Big Step.
Yeah, of Pablo. I'll show you. It's like, oh, these are the drums from this song. This is the approach to this song. This is because I be in here like just inventing new approaches to a song and shit. Oh, we're gonna drop the drums like this on Blood and Leaves. I'm gonna make the ending of Runaway last as long. And you know, I'm the type, I will share anything and everything with whoever. I would do collaborations, or I did, and it's just too much where as soon as the shit get hot, no one is like, yo, nah, this nigga, you know what I mean?
You think they'd take the sauce and run off with it, then forget about it.
And then they go against me for like political shit. You know how many fucking rappers and celebrities went against me for the Trump shit? Then I understand with the Jewish shit, but you know I wasn't lying on that shit. And now the Cardi shit, it was the perfect combination of me not having a name and likeness and me finding out about that shit, to me being left out the album on some faggot ass Trav shit, to him
What do you mean?
calling, what's that?
What do you mean Trav?
Trav left me off his album, took 4 of my songs from the ranch in Wyoming.
Yeah.
My choruses, my exact singing lines, replaced me with him or with other people, put Future Scissor on the joints, took me off. I felt, with no explanation, shit just comes out.
So what are these conversations like? You guys aren't talking like, why are you doing this?
Yeah.
Because we see the frustration, but what are they telling you? Are they apologizing?
They're not telling, but we know why they're doing it. We know why. You know why. I know why. Okay, I gotta leave. I have to leave. We could double back on it.
You definitely double back.
Yeah.
One of the last real questions.
All right.
What changed in between, and obviously you bring back Sunday service now, but there was a time.
Oh, the nigga from Sunday Service tried to hit me for $2 million, Jason White, to run it. It's like, it's always a scam and it's Hollywood shit, but keep going though.
But you used to be on, like even certain language you felt just wasn't appropriate. You say you didn't want to get into secular music. I mean, I think even that track with 3 Stacks where, you know, I think he wanted to curse or something like that. You're like, no, we got to keep it clean. Now when people are seeing how you're speaking, they're like, what happened to that yay? Like, how do you get from there to here? What changes, or what do you then realize?
I'm evil. This the real power of God. No white people, no black people, nobody could tell me what to say, think, talk, or who the fuck to be. And I'm happy everybody's so interested in me being me. I'm so happy that just me doing exactly what the fuck I want to do and saying exactly how the fuck I feel or what I say is so interesting to people.
Did you ever apologize for anything, or like, not necessarily regret, but like see things you've done or seen people you offended in the past and be like,
yeah, man, God hurts too. It hurt me that I had to hurt Jay. It hurt me. It hurt me. The Cardi shit, it hurts me. This shit, all this shit, I experience pain. People be thinking, oh, is he suicide? No.
Well, you tweet about that, and we're all worried. You know, I think you're the only one that can do what you do, but primarily because no matter even if you say some shit that people really don't like, they love you. And you're probably the only hip hop artist or only artist, period, that you're so ingrained in us that we'll never. And that's why, like, you know, I don't think cancellation could ever work with you because it's like, no matter what, you're always gonna make us smile at a point because you're Ye. When you start talking and you mentioned suicidal thoughts, what's happening?
We say that, but then people don't see what's happening. Look at the Chicago photo. Then look at the work that I put into Cardi. Then look at me sitting and telling North, like, you got to, we not going on this Cardi album. I know it's the number one artist. Your friends are like, yo, you're going to be in this Cardi. I know it's very exciting. Like, for a kid like that has everything, to be on a Cardi song is that. And North is like, yo, you got a problem with Cardi? I got a problem with Cardi.
So you're staying toes behind you.
Yeah.
Should.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what all these faggot-ass raps need to understand. Don't get this Disney shit and this Hulu shit fucked up. I'm her daddy. And I deal with pain and I administer pain also. Yeah, me, pink polo faggot, I administer pain mentally. Because none of these niggas is psycho or as smart as me. At least not the niggas. I can't say for the tech dudes. Okay, that's some other shit. But artists be dumb, bro. It's like they can't even fucking count, bro. Jewish people run their whole shit. The lawyers run their whole shit. Our whole shit. Like, the contracts are set up for us to not read it. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga can't, okay, go out and start run a whole record label without a Jewish person. Now take back what I had to say. You know, start up your whole TV network and shit. Make it run. But no Jewish investors. Let me see how that works. You know what I'm saying? Until motherfuckers could really get their shit together like they Nigerians or like they Chinese or like they're Jewish or like they're the tech Indians or some shit, everything I'm saying counts. And as far as the way I feel or what I'm expressing, I'm saying people want to fuck with me. I'm telling them they can't fuck with me. And anybody that ever went against me, and it's the other shit, I don't really have a problem with Kendrick. I would never call Kendrick a faggot. You know what I'm saying? I don't like what happened with the song and that whole idea. I don't like how they used Kendrick. That's right. And also, I don't like him saying he the number one because I'm the number one. So those are my two things.
People think that's jealousy. They feel like even when you criticize the Super Bowl performance, or you're like, man, I didn't like him on Cardi's album. He got too many verses. Like, yeah, he could rap, but we ain't want to hear this shit.
Y'all don't go to church? God is an angry God. God is a jealous God. What are you talking about? I'm the closest thing to God on earth, and I act just like how God acts. Like, I go up when people, whatever interview you did previous to the interview of this interview, I guarantee you it's going to be more of a blessing than the previous interview. So what does God do? Bless. God has used me to bless. John Legend, boom. Amber Rose, Kim, Travis, Cardi. You get what I'm saying? So whatever is here, the blessings run through me. But in that same way, I'm angry. I'm jealous. And now I can say all these people were the family that I never had, but North is my actual family. So give me one reason, please. Because before it's all jealousy, is this and that, and now it's this far. So yes, I was jealous that Kendrick is on Cardi album, and I feel like that's two different genres. It seemed like J. Cole and Kendrick would be more like, I like mixing genres and shit, but yeah, I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm hearing this shit for the first time. Yeah, I'm not on it. Yeah, this man rapping about Skims. It's like, what about all this shit when I say I don't fuck with rappers? I don't fuck with celebrities. And then I do the Jay-Z tweet and people be surprised. Like, I told you niggas I don't fuck with niggas. You niggas just don't be believing me.
I know you got to go music. Next Donda album, Bully. Like, I think there's a lot of people who they're like, yo, listen, man, Ye just going off on Twitter, but we just want the music. We want the music. You know, what's that creative process even at this point? Because
That's a whole nother, we should have started right there. There's a whole thing, creative process, 47 years and multiple lifetimes of creative process to make the, you know, the top living, you know, influencer.
it was crazy when you said, yo, I've been in this shit 30 years. Cardi, you're a child. And it was like, this motherfucker really been in this shit 30 years. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. Niggas ain't finna, this is what I'm saying. With the Cardi thing in relationship to music and what you're saying. When I was 14 years old, I was cutting hair. It was a nigga that ran a shop, older gentleman. I came up there, I'm cutting hair. One day I cut like 5 people's haircuts and shit. I probably made, I don't know, maybe I had $100 in my pocket. And then I like was running across the street, my honey, feeling so good about myself. And the dude ran out the shop. He said, hey, come back here. He said, show me how much money you made. I showed him. He took half that shit. So I'm saying niggas be using my shop and then running off with the $100. And then what, they gonna run off with the $100, show back over my daughter while they at it and shit? No, I gotta go to the back at that point. Niggas know damn well, it just became a thing where it's like, this is what we gonna do. We're gonna use Ye for this. I'm like, no, nigga, fuck all these niggas. It's because Virgil made it look like that's what you're supposed to do. Niggas used to call me like, yo, you're a platform. I ain't a platform. These niggas not better than me. These niggas, nigga has yet to make a better product. Take the Louis Vuitton Dons and take every Virgil sneaker. And you can have a choice. Every single Virgil sneaker ever made versus the first sneaker I ever made. You get what I'm saying? So take everybody out. Take Graduation, all right? And then take Dark Fantasy. Take Watch the Throne. Take Donda. You get what I'm saying? You could just go. No rap album's better than Vulture's one last year. Let's go song for song for song. And it only got half of me on it.
You did that in Cancellation. Like how hard is it to, if they're saying, DSPs are saying, well, we're not distributing that, or not DSPs, I mean distributors, they're saying we're not distributing that. I don't know if you get flagged from the DSPs who have to, then put it up on their streaming services. But like it feels like the things in between getting your product to people, for Vultures especially, there was a lot of people running out of the way. You still got it up, right? Still got nominated for a Grammy, which, by the way, again, I know you got to it just brings up like 15 different more artists.
Like
Grammy was crazy.
How could I not? Yo, you gotta come to Japan, bro. I really gotta make this.
No, I know.
I'm serious. Like, y'all should come out there.
I know.
All right.
I appreciate you.
All right, man.
I appreciate you,
All right,
brother.
thank you.
I appreciate you. Where you going now, to the airport?
What was you thinking the whole time? He's like, man, that nigga needs more security. No security can like fucking stop those interviews. Yeah, I'm headed to the airport.
You run out of thing, right?
There's. How much I got of that?
Oh no, everything is there. It's 64 minutes.
All right.
That's what somebody told me. I'm shocked. Why don't you move around with security, man?
I have security, but
I thought, but I always heard that you never did that. Where I thought that I would come in here, you have 15 assistants, 15 staffers, you have all type of shit going on. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. As opposed to.
Well, millionaires usually just have it's a lot of fluff, right? And it's just like, you just have people just to wait around. Yeah.
That's nice with the magnet.
Yeah. Like, they usually have just people to wait around on them, and, it kind of creates like almost like a bureaucracy where it's like, hey, if you want to get to the guy, you get to this guy who then talks to this guy and this girl and this person, then you get to them to make a decision. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's when you end up getting Me Too, because the person starts feel like they got too much power and shit. That's like I had the assistant. I knew she thought she made me when she started saying copy.
Well, I mean, if you let her ask you for $3 million, like, you should have said, you bugging the fuck out. Like, you said, I knew shit was crazy when she said copy. I mean, that's that person in the middle type of conversation.
and they got the power. It's like they can't help it. Like they can't help themselves. And it's like I could talk to them. I'm really big. Like I got people right now that come in working on music, and then they want to like start working on clothes and shit. I'm just like, nigga, you don't know shit about clothes. And people try to put themselves in the middle of everything and get left out of.
Grab this and grab the suitcase. Oh, okay, it's right there. Good. Perfect.
You know, one thing I thought is like, people be like, oh, we hate Puff so much. We go, hey, what's up, guys? What's up? But I'm leaving out. Where you guys?
We were preparing for the leaving.
And you missed it. I have my black KKK leather outfit on.
You wearing it?
Yeah. Check this out right here.
Yo, yeah, he just apologetically himself, man. You got to be a billionaire to start moving like how you move, right?
Well, how do I move? I don't
No, it's like I think you don't give a fuck about what no one else is thinking about their impressions on you. You're just living your truth. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And this is Vanessa. We did Runaway together. Service.
Hi.
Like all that. Like, she did. That's really where Skims came from.
Really?
That's her whole sound. Yeah.
Ah. The reason why I said that because I'm like,
Would you like one of these to go?
no, I'll take one. Yeah, I'm serious. Hey, you know what?
Y'all have it.
What do you want to do? Follow you or?
To Japan?
Okay.
I don't know. I'm leaving because this guy, all these like fucking death threats and all this stuff. So I just started to feel like, it's not that I'm particularly afraid of the threats or afraid to die. It's just like, I don't know. It's just kind of like
No.
bother. It's like, you know. How do I want to say it?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
You're like, you like flying private there?
What's worse than a death threat? A hospital threat. That's a real thing.
Yeah,
Hospital threat is way worse.
I almost feel like at some point they're gonna try to like do the Wendy Williams to you, where they're like, yo, listen, like we take his phone, he can't communicate, he's making sign languages outside the window.
Yeah, what, for fucking talking? For talking? You guys saying they're gonna put me in the hospital
Like it's called conservatorship.
for talking?
No.
Conservatorship, yeah.
Yeah.
And take over your money for talking. What?
It almost happened before.
Yeah.
It almost happened. Well, didn't it? Well, you got
Can we
hospitalized.
talk on the phone? And I have to go.
We do what you need, okay? We
Okay.
can come with you. We're with you.
To Japan? Okay. You guys.
They
We
open-
should figure out how to shoot boy. Like
Tell
start
me
shooting.
everything you need. We do it.
Yeah, because Gabe has some good ideas for that.
Rico, you could have scooped.
Come in. Hold on. Bet.
Rico, no, you can bring it on the next one. All right, hop in. Yeah.
Got it?
This one unforgiving doors.
That way you could keep recording.
Yeah.
I wanted to say this about why do I talk so much in these interviews, or why do I express myself so much on I gave my KKK outfit. It's fine. I'll get it on.
You just gave it away?
No, they work with me.
Okay.
But it's okay. You know, 50 say I let my watch talk from a chain.
Yeah.
Walk one blind. What up, homie? It's your voice is everything. You know, if you have money. Yeah, look at this is her car, by the way.
Really? It's like some old school vintage joint.
Yeah, like if you have money, you're trying to you might buy a car or a watch, a house. So when somebody comes to your house, no, you black, white, Muslim, whatever, people are gonna see the car, you see the house. It's just the nature of man to do that. But what happens when you had billions, then lost it, then got it back, families, lost it, lost say so of your kid's name and likeness, all that. Then what do you have left at that point? You got your this voice, like, my movie got distracted, but I want to say this thing, whether I'm shadow banned or not, to have this idea that somebody's hearing it, 5 people are hearing it.
You talk to Elon? Like, because I feel like Elon is like, yo, listen, I might got to put some labels on it. I'm not going to kick you off of there.
Remember, I got kicked off for just posting one thing last time, like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So now that I've been able to do it, it's like somebody getting used to money. Like, if you think, it's like what y'all got is like 5 weeks straight. Hey, yes, man. 5 weeks straight of Beyonce had the best video. Think about that moment. And I picture that not let up. It's like having money, like me, it's like having money for real. It's like freedom to talk. You know what I mean? Because they'll be like, okay, that's enough. Your Grammy Award speech is up. Don't say that. You said that. You know what I'm saying? So now you're experiencing someone who just say everything they want to say, and a lot of people can hear it. And I won't give that up for my life. I give up my life before I gave that up. And then what makes it so funny is like the Jay-Z tweet, Jay-Z's kids tweet makes the Nazi shit not even seem so bad. Every week, it's like...
Yeah. I feel like people feel like that was like probably the worst tweet you've said.
Or the best. Or the strongest.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, one more. I'll be saying all kind of like
hit me anytime.
Victorian shit all the time, right? Like exile.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was epic, man. That was epic. All right. Be safe, man. What? That was epic. That was epic. I mean, yo, I thought I was gonna run out of space. And look, get the car. There he goes. Ye's out of here. That was some epic shit, bro. Yo, I probably asked 3 questions. No. Probably like 4 to 5. 4 to 5. I give him credit. He let us keep rolling. Whole time. Whole time, keep rolling. Whole time, keep rolling. How long?
73 minutes right now.
70. You know what's crazy? When I looked at it, it said it only had 50 minutes. So I was thinking 50 minutes is gonna run out. Like, how is it still recorded? Yeah, I don't know. All right, well, listen, man. That was, I won't necessarily say interview. That was a Kanye West experience.
Ooh, I'm back, honey. That was a lot, y'all. That was a lot. Shout out to StreamYard for keeping me on. Apparently, the video, well, this is what is being alleged, that interview is being taken down a couple of times. So, mm but that was a lot. And he said something, and of course, I wanted to go and find out exactly what he was talking about, especially when it comes to his relationship with Jay-Z and Beyonce, Apparently there was some tweet, and I had to go find it. I hope I found it. Mm, hold on. It's a lot. Boy, there's so much stuff going on. It doesn't matter whether it's true crime, politics, celebrity. There's a lot going on. I want to get into some of the things he said. Now again, y'all know me. I'm trying to get better, y'all. I don't be listening when I should, meaning I should be listening as you guys are listening, right? Because I'm the one bringing it to you, right? But nah, baby. And I should be, and because I do things for a real reaction, right? I don't like to go listen to something or read something or whatever. I like to react to it in the moment, right? And as I started that like way back when, right? When I come across people who also do it. Now, I'm not saying that I did it before them or whatever. What I'm saying is I'll run across like a live or something or some video. No, it's live. I'm sorry. I run across live and they were like, this is my natural reaction. This first time I'm seeing it, whatever. I'm like, oh, okay. They do the same thing as I do. But you talked about a lot of stuff, right? Talked about your mans. He talked about your mans, and he talked about R. Kelly. R. Kelly. But you know what? I pretty much get out of what Kanye is doing. This is my opinion. I would never say that Kanye isn't a good father. But this is what I'm going to say. And he should just say this too. Because see, this is what happens when I sit back and evaluate now and assess and listen now and observe. I told you I'm an observationist now. Okay? Not a self-proclaimed baby, a self-paid. Not a self-paid, a people paid. Put it like that. hmm Kanye misses the white people he keep talking about. He wants his family back. Let me tell you, that's listen, because you would think the way he puts on when it comes to those kids, as if they're in an environment like they're in danger, constant every day, like him a bad mom and she has a bad grandma and bad aunties and stuff like that. I don't know what Rob is. And we all know that's not the case. As much as though that family is followed and they put their business out or put whatever out and they allow the cameras all up in their tonsils, we'd have been seen something. And I may be wrong because I don't know, but I don't think he's ever pursued Kim for full custody, or if he did, it wasn't serious or whatever. He wants that family unit back. Keep in mind, you know how that family does with their non-traditional family. They nurture and love with heart. Say what you want to say about them Kardashians, how they get down, how they fame whore, whatever you want to call them. You can never say that they don't nurture the people. They might drive them crazy, okay? Or maybe the people may go crazy in their presence, but I'm just telling you, you can never ever say that that is not a nurturing ass family. And their non-traditional family game is, oh my gosh, over the top. Please tell me I'm lying. We got so many examples. I don't even need to go through the list, right? You got Lamar Odom. You got, and granted, I'm sorry, truth be told, had Lamar, Kanye, and some of them other ones that had done showed their ass. Had they not shown their ass, they probably would have still been a part of that family's life. Trisha, all of them. It's not that those women are so much more better than the rest of the women that's out here. And I say the rest, I'm gonna have to put myself out of that because those men go crazy after me. They love me to this day. So, no, that's the truth. I'm just saying. So I don't feel like they any better than I am. But what I'm saying is how they give it up. And it ain't got nothing to do with what's between their legs and all of that. You know how I know where I am. I know that's where the conversation will go, or at least your thoughts. No, I'm talking about being in a nurturing family and not a drop of blood run through his vein. You understand what I'm saying? He misses that. And has he's just finding a way to harass the shit out of her. All the time, my job, my job, my job. He would have you to believe how he's saying my daughter, blah, 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 right? He would make you think that the child is in danger. The girl makes content like well, they wasn't doing too much different when he was with Kim. And that's the thing, right? Sometimes you push people over the limit, beyond the level, cross the line so far where you cannot repair that. And that's what he has done, unfortunately. And I think he knows that. And I think that is why sometimes it gets worse. His actions get worse. Take it from somebody that know. Okay. It's like, some because he probably wasn't as vocal or didn't verbalize his true intentions in a matter where a deal could be brokered, right? A deal could be made. Listen, okay, you and I, we can't be together because it's too much, right? But I'm okay with you still being in our lives. I'm okay with you, coming around and this, that, and the third, whatever. I mean, we still here for you, but I'm pretty sure she had gotten tired of it, right? Because when a person experiences mental health or mental illness breaks, mania, whatever you want to call it, when they start acting like that, although you may be a nurturing person and all of that, everyone, most people aren't equipped to, most people aren't, let me just say it like I want to say it, most people aren't equipped to deal with behaviors like that. You're going to have to love them from afar because it's too much. It begins to drain and drag on you. And it is just, you have to make, game time decisions at that point, to stay or go. Because especially if a person who probably isn't accepting all the time that they have a problem. Notice I say all the time. Because you don't have a mental health illness or mental health disorder some of the time. You got it all the time. It's just the symptoms may present some of the times. And he had a mother who, loved him to the moon, baby, and nurtured him to, just out of this world. And in my opinion, those Kardashians was the next thing that would be similar to, to the nourishment that he received from his mama. The dad, he could only do so much, but nourishment from females is different from nourishment from males, in my opinion. And check my work now, because he attacks Jay Z and Beyonce now. Another example of people who can present a non-traditional family to them. It tags them out of clear blue sky. So he has a lot of pride. He has a lot going on. And that pride is won't allow him to call it like it is. You know what I'm saying? He going on. I mean, you would think that Kim and them, Kim is an unfit parent, and you know damn well that's not the truth. He may not agree with everything she does, right? But he also knows, or should know, that Kim is when it comes to like social media and fashion and stuff like that, she is kind of like a step ahead and stuff like that. But I mean, is you would have known that that little girl was going to wear makeup early, just like Beyonce's daughter. You know, just call it like it is. But he wants that. He wants that situation back, honey. And what he do, right? What he do? He goes and get, and I think he was dating some people, whatever, before he got to Bianca. He goes and get this Bianca girl, who, just by the nature of what she does in public and, and however they're set up, he knew that he could mold or try to mold her into another Kim. Because guess what he misses? Hmm. And that wasn't, I mean, I would guess he came close or whatever. But I think that he was able, I don't, I think Kim compromised with him on a lot of things rather than just saying yes to doing things she really didn't want to do. With this Bianca girl, I think that she just does whatever he says, right? Which is different than a compromise. So this is crazy. This is crazy. And he's trying though. He tried to mold her into a Kim. Now, and I talk about stats a lot now, and shit, right? And you may think it's boring for people to go out and date people that's pretty much the same as the one you just got finished dating, right? You would say, well, when you want something different, that's what they say. But when it's all said and done, they don't. They want the same exact one, but they just want them to do what? Go along with their program and or compromise a lot more. He wants them. You understand what I'm saying? So, child, he ain't fooling nobody. He ain't fooling me. He want that old Kim back, and I think in a couple of instances, stated, he said something like, they they took my family away and all this, that's important to him. I feel bad for him because he does doing too much, and staining her name, ain't that's definitely ain't gonna work. Well, that would probably was a window where they would have, had him around or whatever. They kept that crackhead Lamar around. that throw it everywhere, Tristan around. They was keeping Black China around. Um, who else? And I still say I wanted her, Kim and Reggie Bush to make it. I thought they were probably the best couple. Cause she would just look at him and her face would light up. He would look at her and his face would light up. I'm like, oh, I like that. Because I invest in people's happiness. And I like to see people happy. But he done done too much, right? He knew, and thing is that I believe he knows that he's pushed these people further out, further out, further out, further out. But they people don't want to be fucked up with his ass. You can deal with a crazy person when they, one, recognize that they have that something is wrong, and two, they want to do the right thing to keep it in check. And if the right thing is taking medicine and stuff like that, right then there's a problem, because most Black people, one, don't want to admit they got something wrong with their ass, and two, they definitely don't want to take no damn medicine. It's terrible. But I want to see about this tweet. I'm going to put this tweet on. I mean, we're talking off the record, but I want to put this tweet on the damn record. I feel bad for him. It says Kanye's vulgar tweet prompts Beyonce and Jay-Z to consider legal action, report. It says the consequences of Kanye's ex, formerly Twitter, tirade may not be in favor of the rapper. A few days after West attacked Beyonce and Jay-Z's kids during one of his rants, it was reported, he attacked the kids? Oh, hell no. Oh, come on. And now this is another thing, right, that some people get confused. They think that the more crazier and ridiculous they get and doing all of this type of shit, the more the person will eventually, be like, that like as if they getting their attention or they're getting back in their good graces. No, stupid. You pushing them further away. Y'all see the little Macy's thing? I've been. You see me looking at them aviators. What the thing? Yeah, the glasses. Oh, what is? Damn! Every time I go to click on that ad, I want to know what that pink thing is because it looks comfortable. I hope it's something to sleep on a bed and not the one in your ass. Cause I don't want nothing like that. Look at me. My focus be good gone. When I see them items. Let me keep reading. It says the couple might take legal. It is reported that the star couple might take legal action against him. A source exclusively revealed to Page Six that the duo found it shocking how West spoke about their children in a vulgar manner, while they haven't confirmed seeking the legal route. Beyonce's mom, Tina Knowles, and Kanye's ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, have reportedly have reportedly expressed their displeasure over the matter. Okay, wait a minute. Damn. I'm trying to find whatever that pink thing was. So y'all pop up. I'm gonna try to click on it. Y'all see me looking at them aviators? Okay. Let me see. Beyonce and Jay Z still discussing how they want to handle the Kanye West drama. Kanye West's tweet have been at the center of attention for all the controversial reasons. Earlier this week, the Yeezy founder questioned Beyonce's and Jay-Z's twins, Rumi and Serge's mental capacity in an all caps tweet, where he also used ab- ableist slurs to address the children. Although he initially deleted the tweet, he reshared it he reshared it the following morning. On Thursday, West once again tweeted a gist of what he had previously written about the couple's kids. It looks like Beyonce and Jay Z are finally stepping up to address the issue. An insider revealed to Page Six that the couple will absolutely not stand for the rapper's attack since he has spoken about their children in such vulgar and offensive manner. The two reportedly discussing whether to handle the situation privately or take legal action. The source further revealed that the couple has no plans of addressing this issue publicly, as it may bring attention to both the tweets and their children. Beyonce and Jay Z aren't the only ones offended by Kanye's tweet about their children. Previously, a source revealed that Kim Kardashian was appalled at the rapper's use of the language in his tweet targeting the twins. Keeping this and her own feud with her ex-husband in mind, the insider said Kim has had enough and she's done trying to be reasonable with Kanye when it comes to communication. Moreover, Beyonce's mom, Tina Knowles, seemingly disapproved of the situation after witnessing Kanye West's attack on her grandchildren. She appeared to shade the rapper with a corny joke. She also may have hinted at West's ignorant and evil in the caption, which has since been edited. The post Kanye West vulgar tweet prompts Beyonce and Jay-Z to consider legal action. Report appeared first on reality TV. Well, where is the tweet? He doubled down on the tweet. Say Kanye's not taking back his words, especially his shockingly controversial X rants. The father of four is more than happy sticking to his conclusions about his former friend Jay Z and his superstar wife Beyonce's children. Kanye West had previously slammed the couple for failing to attend his wedding to ex-wife Kim Kardashian in Italy in 2014. Kanye West is curious if Jay-Z and Beyonce kids host was his worst or best. Oh wow. Okay. Let's me ask DJ Academics. What was the post? Mm, mm, mm. My nose keep running. Hold on for 1 second. I'm gonna try to see if I can find the tweet. I wonder if the Beyonce and them screw up the damn internet. You know that's some power for your ass. I cannot find the tweet. Don't seem like nobody has it. That's crazy. Hold on, let me see. Is this it? Mm-mm. The shade room and nobody don't have it. Oh, is this? Oh, I got it. Oh, I got it. And I thought I had. I thought I had it like the minute gone. I, hold on. Okay. That's the website. Okay, hold on. Let me put it this way. Is it? Yeah, this is crazy. These people got that power. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, is this it? Can I get here with this? Can I go there with this? Now you call the kids retarded. Hold on. Okay, I got it. Y'all get your phones together because I'm put up on the screen chat so we can get it on the record. It's crazy. Oh, these people damn children. Nah, okay. Oh, 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 oh. There go the actual. Mm, hold it right there. I ain't gonna hold you. And that's what my New York and people. Yeah, I ain't gonna hold you. Give me a second. Right, it's cold as hell in here. Be mad. Like, what the fuck, dude? That's indefensible, honey. So, let me see. Okay, it says, wait, has anyone ever seen Jay Z and Beyonce's younger kids? They're retarded, like, literally. And this is why artificial insemination is such a blessing. Having retarded children is a choice. Lord have mercy. Then he goes and says, I need everyone to know that I took the post about Jay Z and Beyonce's family down and Jerry Lorenzo's family down because there was a possibility of my Twitter being canceled, not because I'm a good person. Huh? I took it down like Down syndrome. Get it? Am I right? Am I right? Fuck the world. Real talk. Fuck everybody. Yeah. He misses what he had in friends and in that nurturing relationship that the Kardashians gave him. Yep, that's what it is. That is crazy. Crazy. The hell would you say something like that? Baby, you that right there, you ain't never Jay-Z ain't never gonna be your friend now. Unless they understand that something is wrong with your ass, they ain't gonna never be your goddamn friend. I know Beyonce ain't. I can tell you that now. Ooh, Lord, baby, I don't be wanting people to be messing themselves up like that. Like, don't, don't fuck it up so where you can never get it back or, or what. Don't do that. Just don't do that. That's what I always say. Don't fuck over good people. And if you save, don't fumble good people. One, chances are you're probably going, that karma or God's wrath probably gonna get you. But two, that's just like you just don't have to. There's other ways of going of handling situations. You feel like he did you wrong or whatever. I can and listen, Kanye's feeling is valid because Beyonce with her mean Virgo ass and Jay Z should have went on to that man's wedding. But I get it. That girl, Beyonce. Here's the thing, right? Beyonce don't want to be in the category with Kim, Kim and what have you. She don't want to be in that. Okay, she don't. You understand what I'm saying? They classify y'all together, people. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Those of you that have moved around in those situations I told y'all about, I've hit you over the head about when it comes to status. You should have the lessons down by now. People don't want to be in those type of classifications, those type of people, what they view as those types of people. You could say that sometimes Kim and Beyonce wear the same type of clothing, right? The difference is, Kim is known to be on to get on out there, jump up and down on a bunch of them, while Beyonce is more of a person that has them, that type of thing. And you can say that Kim's vulgarness and Beyonce's vulgarness is pretty much equally, because they're all, to me, it's been done. Their vulgarness have been done in the midst of performance. It was something that was performative. And I'm pretty sure Beyonce probably sees it in a different way. From what I understand, I think their relationship have improved, you know, over the years. But what I've read. hmm So that's crazy. Boy, this is craziness. Kanye, damn. Yeah, but they say, he's standing on what he put out. Let me move ahead on, get on to Wendy. Damn, I can't believe he said that. This news about Wendy excites me, and I'll tell you why after I read it. I didn't read it. I saw the article. One second. Wendy. As Wendy Williams' guardian claims she has declined medical testing amid fight to end guardianship. Ms. Williams has declined to participate in the testing to date. Williams' guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, tells People, though the star denied this claim. Okay, let's see. Wendy Williams refused medical testing amid her ongoing fight to end her guardianship, her guardian claims. In an exclusive statement to People, Williams' guardian, Sabrina Morrissey, claims that additional medical testing for the former talk show host, 60, has been scheduled, but Williams has declined to participate. Her scheduled appointment was on March 21st. Medical testing, including an MRI brain scan and a neuropsychological assessment, had been scheduled for Ms. Williams. Morrissey said amid reports that Williams is awaiting for her to schedule a new medical evaluation. The court directed that the testing be completed in March. Ms. Williams has declined to participate in the testing to date, and therefore the testing was not completed. The parties are not able to address the concerns that have been expressed to the media without the testing, the statement continues. Once Ms. Williams undergoes the testing and a full evaluation, the results will inform the next step for Ms. Williams' care. A source confirms to People that Sabrina is ready to reschedule the scans and appointments as soon as Wendy is ready to participate. In an interview with People during a Free Wendy rally outside of her facility on Tuesday, Williams said that she was unaware of the Guardian's claim that she had opted out of recent testing. I don't know anything about that, she told People exclusively before laughing and adding, bullshit. I am open to what I am open to, and I can't talk about it right now. Mhm. Since May 2022, the former TV host has been living under a legal guardianship that oversees both her finances and health. Williams is currently living in a luxury high rise assisted living facility in New York to address her cognitive issues and dementia diagnosed in 2023. Marcy is the only person who currently has unfettered access to her. Williams' family told People last year that she can call them, but they cannot call her themselves. However, Williams' healthcare advocate Jenna Lisa Monterosso exclusively tells People that Williams initially wanted to be placed in a guardianship with the courts. She claims her client didn't know all her rights would be taken away, including having no access to the internet or a cell phone. In early 2022, Williams' 24-year-old son, Kevin Hunter Jr., and her ex husband, Kevin Hunter, were the subjects of public scrutiny when court filings showed that Wells Fargo froze her accounts after her financial advisor at the time, Lori Schiller, alleged that un, un, she was of unsound mind. In a letter to the court on February 4, 2020, and obtained by People, Williams claimed Wells Fargo had denied her any access, whether online or otherwise, to her financial accounts, assets, and statements for more than 2 weeks. The news comes as the television personality's fans plan to show their support for her bid to end her guardianship at protests in New York and Los Angeles on April 1st. Last month, Williams healthcare advocate Yanalisa Monterosso told People that the host is excited for a jury to decide if her guardianship should end following additional mental competency testing. This is something that she's been wanting to say, and she just can't wait to get her story out, Monterosso said of Williams, wanting to clear the air about being mentally incapacitated. And at the end of the day, she's going to have a trial by jury, and it will be the jury who will be making the decision. Monterosso shared that the trial, which has not yet been scheduled, will follow additional testing from an independent neurologist. The additional testing comes after Williams, who was diagnosed with primary progressive aphasia and frontotemporal dementia (FTD) in 2023, received a welfare check at her assisted living facility on March 11th. She was also escorted out of the building, and EMS transported her in an ambulance to a local hospital for evaluation, a spokesperson for the New York Police Department told People at the time. Monterosso claimed Williams passed the mental capacity exams at the hospital. She shared, she was alert and oriented, and we were satisfied with that. Williams has also spoken out and denied that she is incapacitated amid her continued fight to end her guardianship. I am fabulous, she told Page Six last week. I am better than good, but have been accused of being otherwise. I am very much alive, she added. I deserve freedom, darling. Williams previously opened Williams previously appeared on Good Day New York and announced that she passed the mental competency test at the hospital with flying colors. During the interview, she also noted The most important thing to her was getting out of guardianship. Williams also addressed her experience at the NYC facility memory care unit where she is currently living, calling it suffocating. I am not cognitively impaired, but I feel like I am in prison, Williams said during a joint appearance with niece Benny on the Breakfast Club in January. I'm in this place with people who are in their 90s and 80s and 70s. These people, there's something wrong with these people here on this floor. I am clearly not. Oh, wow, look at this comment. Says, in quotes, I don't know anything about that, she told People exclusively before laughing and adding bullshit. I am open to what I am open to, and can't talk about it right now, end quote. That's the kind of answer someone with cognitive impairment gives because they can't remember something. hmm But guess what? That's good news to us. This is exactly what we wanted. We want her to refuse to take these exams because that's going to hopefully somebody comes into that courtroom and testify. Um, I know I ain't put that like that. Oh, no. I wouldn't put that uneven like that. Now, that's some OCD shit right there. And I'm not OCD, but y'all know I notice everything. I put that. It's just, I can never turn it off. Honey. I can't turn it off. But I noticed something I didn't leave like that, and I'm trying to figure out why is it like that. Right. I need to get it together. I need to get it together. You know, I'm one of them type of people. I see something wrong or whatever. I got my thing in the hand. I got that boom, 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 boom in my hand, baby. I'm gonna figure out. Hold on now. I ain't leave it like that. Why is it like that? I wouldn't have left nothing uneven like that. That's so weird, right? A lot of people have that. I'm gonna go over it quick. Sorry. Okay. But for all the people that want Wendy to stay right where she is, because we just know a little bit more, we want her to continue to deny or not go to skip these appointments and things, right? because guess what it's going to signal? It's going to signal that one, she has something to hide. It also tells us that most likely her diagnosis that is down on paper. It came from a doctor. And I mean, which that only makes sense because, a judge isn't just going to, unless there's some other reasons, but a judge isn't going to pretty much certify that she has that without having some kind of documentation. That's just not how it works. And when I mean that he certified it, what I'm saying is if they're saying it and they're supposed to be on her records, once he, make entries on the case, motions, put his signature to this, that, you know, do work on the case. He's certifying what's on there. Now, if somebody we haven't heard this that they've challenged like by way of motion or whatever to the court that she does not have that or whatever. We haven't heard that. I haven't heard it. So once that's comes about, then it doesn't mean that she doesn't have it. It just means that she is challenging it because it didn't that diagnosis didn't come from a doctor, what have you. So we haven't seen that she challenged her having the aphasia, frontotemporal dementia, right? So, with that being the case, we can kind of speculate that she has it. And it came from a test that was done by a licensed physician and so on and so forth. And the judge was satisfied with the results, right? If not, they should have challenged it, right? Prior to now. Her one, I mean, they didn't need a lawyer to put in a motion for that. They could have, she could have got one of them nieces, and they seem very intelligent, where they could have written a motion or had something wanting to be heard in court saying that their aunt doesn't have that. But, oh, and the other reason is um, it shows, the second reason is that we want her to act like that because it shows her behavior. She's denying. She don't. I mean, she's declining to go to the to take the damn test. That can get her out of the. That can be on the road of getting her out of her situation. And I told y'all, I said the Guardian was okay with her taking the test. The Guardian wants her to take the test. She's the one that's scheduling it. She's the one that's like pushing for it. Now we hear it now. I said this before, not knowing that she was pushing for it, or but I said, seemed like she was okay with her taking it because it's only going to confirm what is most likely a test or testing that was done that is in order, that is official and in order, that will confirm what she is saying and will put her ass or keep her ass wherever she is. So that's why this is good news. We want her to do this. But since Joe is on the job now, Excuse me, y'all. I don't mean to be in y'all ear, but these potatoes are getting cold. Since Joe is on the job, her attorney, he's probably going to push for her to get testing from somebody of their choice. He's an old slick defense attorney.
Hmm.
So she's probably going to continue to evade having those tests done until the judge compels her to, or maybe the prosecutors maybe have to put in a motion to compel or something. I'm not sure what would be the legal process of making her take the test or whatever. I'm not even sure if they can. Okay, but I don't think that the judge will allow just a, a, a test, the test results being, what up, Jeff? The test results being submitted by Wendy Williams's side. You understand what I'm saying? Because, like, how can you trust that? I mean, Joe will argue that it is an independent medical doctor and medical services or what have you, and he'll make a good argument with regards to it being independent because it is not a prior Wendy Williams doctor or maybe even facility that she's attended, right? So it will probably be considered or deemed and determined as what independent. But I hope the judge don't let him get away with that because if he accepts that, then he also needs to accept one from the other side, right? From the from Sabrina and the state or whoever is the entity that's saying that she needs to stay where she is, right? The legal entity that's putting keeping her there. What the I don't know if the prosecutor or what have you, keeping her wanting her to stay on in where she is. This is crazy. I don't want the judge to be manipulated and and again, having a hard time striking a balance between ethics and adjudication, right? I don't want him to do that. I just want him to say, hey, ma'am, or let the court find her somewhere to take the test. How about that? That's really independent. Yeah, let the court find somewhere for her to take the test. That will work too. That will definitely work. Let's get on to Lori. This poor man. Crazy.
Fox 10 investigator Justin Lum here, joined by our
I'm
special
gonna
project
fast forward through
executive
this
producer
part
George Obi. It is the day we have been waiting for, the
if I
Doomsday
can.
Murder Trial, Arizona versus Lori Vallow. Daybill.
Begin in-person questioning. During the in-person questioning, I'm going to need the full use of the courtroom, including the seats in the back. So those of you that are in the back as spectators might not be able to be in the courtroom tomorrow during the jury selection process. I'm just letting you know. Let's talk about some of these. First of all, for the record, I did get the defendant's notice of objection to the jury questionnaire that was filed on March 20th. The defendant was objecting to, I guess, the phrasing of the allegations that the state has made, and then requested that the fact that she denies the allegation be bolded and underlined it in the questionnaire. I did get your objection. I guess de facto I overruled the objection and the questionnaire went out as proposed. Next I have defendant's motion in limine to preclude expert testimony of Daniel Coons dated March 10th. Let me ask the state, that's Detective Daniel Coons of the Chandler Police Department. Is he going to be testifying as an expert?
Your Honor, we did notice him as an expert in terms of his background and training and testifying as to trajectory. So we did that in abundance of caution, but we did supplement and provide the defense with the background of that. It was provided to the defense more than 30 days before trial. And defense has interviewed him since then.
What was the last part?
The defense has interviewed him since then.
Okay. So, Ms. Daybill, what's the objection?
So for 5 years, of course, he's been on the witness list to be a regular detective, and now he's being put on as an expert. I feel like to give his opinion instead of just stating the facts. So that was my main concern. I don't understand how the trajectory has anything to do with conspiracy. So I object in that way as well.
All right. Has he testified in that regard in the past?
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. He has been trained in that area and taught in that area. And his relevance, Your Honor, would be because the defense has claimed a self-defense claim as well. It's relevant for that.
Can the state provide me what his opinion is, and does he have a CV?
He does not have a CV. We did actually put the opinion in the supplemental 15.1 that I filed, along with his,
okay.
I believe, background.
And again, I know y'all heard me say CV several times, but CV is a curriculum vitae. Pretty much it's just a a resume of an expert that it outlines why they are able to testify as an expert, right? How long they've been doing it, their schooling, other cases they've worked on, so on and so forth. This one, I'll be, if anything comes up that, we could elaborate on, I'll go stop it and then at a certain point and then talk about it a little bit and then I'll keep going. I messed up. I'm sorry.
Background
Sure.
training or expertise?
Okay. So I haven't listened to that yet, so I'm not quite sure. Mike
Does not have a CV. We did actually put the opinion in the supplemental 15.1 that I filed, along with his,
Okay.
I believe, background and training in that as well. So
I guess let me flesh this out a little bit more. Let me ask the defendant, you've said a couple different things. Are you saying he's not qualified as an expert, or just that the disclosure came in late and you don't think his opinion is relevant?
Well, one, I don't think his opinion is relevant, but also the fact that he's named as a firearms expert. So I don't know if he took a weekend class and that made him a firearms expert. I don't know what his experience was with that. In his CV, it just says firearms expert. So
Did you ask him those questions? Was it you that interviewed him or your investigator?
my investigator interviewed him.
Do you know if he asked questions regarding his
I'm not
background,
sure.
training, or expertise?
Okay. So I haven't listened to that yet, so I'm not quite sure. My concern was that he was a regular detective on the witness list for 5 years, and then 30 days before trial, he's now an expert so that he can give his opinion. And I just thought that was my objection.
Well, if that was your basis of the objection on the timeliness of it, the state did comply with the rules as far as notice prior to trial and giving some sort of summary of what his opinion testimony would be. I'll take a look at it. It doesn't sound like we need any sort of Daubert hearing, but I'll take a look at it. So let's.
So the judge misunderstood that because I guess he didn't realize. Well, this is where you need people that can figure out what each party is saying, okay? Because recognize that you have two people, Lori and the judge, on two different levels, right? The judge has his training as an attorney, as a judge, and she is a pro se defendant, right? So what she was saying, and he also hasn't picked up on her sarcasm. What she was saying is he's been listed for 5 years as just a regular fact witness, and now he's an expert witness. A fact witness is a regular witness as you see, that's testifying to some facts in the case, right? That is the three R's: relevant, relatable, reliable. Okay, because they are testifying, which means that they have quote unquote passed through the rules of evidence. The testimony should be admissible or is admissible due to the fact that they're sitting down on the stand, right? So again, remember what we always say: testimony is what evidence. Okay. Evidence has to be what? The three R's: relevant, relatable, and reliable. You're gonna there are several different types of witnesses that be interested in to stand. You have a fact witness, which are the witnesses that take the stand that pretty much testify as to the factual information in the case, absent of any hearsay, right? They're testifying of something that they saw, heard themselves, so on and so forth. That they're able to take the stand and prove a fact in the case, right? Where an expert witness is one that is testifying as an expert to a piece of evidence or to a piece of, like, maybe ballistics or something like that. And a a witness can double as both a fact witness as well as an expert witness. They can be both. So Lori, with her sarcastic killer crazy ass, was saying, "Oh Lord, Mr. Jeff Dillon, oh no," that the cop, I believe it's a cop they're referring to, has been listed as a witness for 5 years, a regular fact witness. Now all of a sudden he's an expert in the last few days. The judge, thinking that she is making a timely challenge, right? A timing challenge, right? And that's not what she's doing. Maybe them pro se god darn defendants, baby, everybody got time for that. Make you pull your damn hair out. So he's thinking she's making a timely filing objection. That's not what she's doing. She's just being sarcastic. The judge just he missed the point. He just didn't get it.
Table that for now. Next I have defendant's motion to disclose 404B evidence dated March 14 and the state's response dated March 23. I don't know that the evidence that the state is offering to introduce necessarily 404B bad act per se, but let me hear from the defendant. You got her response?
I did.
All right. So what specific bad acts do you think should be precluded? Or were you just asking for disclosure of what they were actually intending on introducing?
I was asking for a disclosure of 404B that they planned on introducing at trial, and what I got was another theory of the case. So I didn't think that any of it was 404B relevant.
Well, I think I agree with you in so much as what was listed in their response, I wouldn't necessarily characterize as 404B evidence. But you have received that, and now you're aware of what they plan on introducing.
Somewhat.
Okay.
Correct.
I don't think I need to make a ruling on that. If there's evidentiary objections, hearsay, foundation, those types of things will be taken up when the state elicits or attempts to elicit that information. I have next defendant's motion to exclude state witnesses dated March 14 of 2025 and the state's response, specifically defendants requesting to exclude Nancy Jo Hancock, Christina Atwood, and Kay Woodcock. The state filed a response on why just make sure I'm looking for it. The state's going to offer some sort of testimony from these three witnesses that are going to talk about, could go toward the element of premeditation and or motive. So what is your objection specifically?
Mine, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, my objection was that after their interviews, after their defense interviews, that it came to light that their information came, well, one specifically came from Dateline, and then they called each other and their information came from each other. So
I guess I'm working a little bit in the dark. What information is that?
whatever they're, I don't know, planning on testifying about. None of them have personal knowledge of any kind of crime, so.
The state's not saying they have personal knowledge of a crime. They have personal knowledge of things that may lead a jury to infer some sort of premeditation or motive. So what information is that? Let me ask the state. Or what's your offer of proof on why they're relevant?
With regards to Christina Atwood, she is a person who was present when the defendant was speaking about the victim being possessed, which goes to, again, the motive of this as well as the premeditation, and those statements were made months in advance of the actual murder. With regards to Nancy,
so that's going to be offered as some form of admission from the defendant.
so that would be admission by party opponent, and that's personal knowledge.
Did you say that was Nancy Jo Hancock?
So that was Christina Atwood.
Christina Atwood.
Nancy Jo Hancock is the last person that saw the victim alive prior to that. What she knew about this was hearsay, but her statements to the victim of what he should do were her understanding and expression to the victim that he should tell the defendant that he had changed the life insurance policy to stop all of this from going on. So she both sees him the night before, is aware that he's there, and then she makes statements to him regarding what he should do.
Okay, and then?
Kay Woodcock is the person who actually obtained the life insurance policy, which the state is alleging is part of the motive. And she also has information relating to the victim himself. There are allegations, again, of the self-defense, the use of a baseball bat, so she can provide background on the victim in that area as well.
All right. Do you want to have further argument?
Just the fact that this information that is supposed to be coming forward is not. All these witnesses are getting together and talking about all this and comparing all their notes and all these things beforehand, and then they're telling us that in these interviews. Well, I talked to her 100 times. Well, I talked to her every day. Well, she told me this. Well, she told me that. So their information is not firsthand. These witnesses are all coming together. They're all watching everything that goes on TV regarding this, and I would like them all precluded.
Okay, well, you're always allowed to cross-examine a witness about any biases they may have about those things that you've just talked about, colluding with other witnesses. Those are all areas of ripe for cross-examination, but they're not bases to preclude a witness. The court finds that, based on the state's avowal, that those three specific witnesses do have some minimal, although very limited, relevant information to provide and could be helpful to the jury in understanding the case. So the court will deny the motion to exclude the state's witnesses. Again, this ruling doesn't preclude you from any objections you may have to if they're testifying to hearsay or something like that.
She is crazy. Okay, she want the witnesses precluded just because they getting on the phone and talking to each other and whatever. Huh? Sweetie, what the judge was trying to tell you is that during your cross-examination, that is where you flush out any type of biases, any type of inconsistencies. That's when you attack their credibility. That is where you point out anything within reason, within the confines of the court, under, courtroom decorum and procedure, that you want on the record and for the jury to know about the witnesses. If you want to call their credibility into question, that's where you do it during the courtroom hearing, not trying to preclude them because you think that they getting together and whatever. That's not how it works, sweetie. Just because you think somebody's going to lie and all of that, you don't have them precluded. It don't work that way. It's just crazy.
Next I have, is there a Mr. Eaton here appearing?
Your Honor, Matthew Kelly, I represent Mr. Eaton.
Okay, you filed a motion over the weekend. Mr. Eaton or someone that he works with filed a motion. Mr. Eaton was, let's address that now while we have people here. Mr. Eaton was listed as a witness by the defendant. Mr. Eaton apparently is a reporter in Idaho and based on the filings, believes he doesn't have any relevant information and shouldn't be listed as a witness. So let me ask the defendant, what relevant information would Mr. Eaton have? Why is he listed as a witness?
Well, I just got this last night, so I haven't had time to read all the things that he's claiming he doesn't. But there's several things off the top of my head that is relevant. Right now, one of the things is it's different now, right? Because he's had this off the record conversation with the prosecutor, and he's kind of made himself a witness. He's kind of made her a witness.
How so?
In the sense that if this is not prosecutorial misconduct, then one of them is going to have to testify and talk about how it's not.
Let's back up. How is he a witness to this trial? How does he have relevant information? Relevant information means a witness has testimony that makes some fact in the case more or less likely. So how does he have relevant information for what this case is about?
Okay, so initially when I put him on my witness list, my intent is because I do not know what the state is going to put on in their case in chief. And so I was calling him as a witness for the purpose of impeachment, laying foundation for interviews, rebuttal to whatever that the state might put forth, because he has interviewed almost every single witness on their witness list. And if they were to say something contrary to what they said to him on a public thing, then I would use him to lay a foundation for interviews and for impeachment. So that was my initial, in calling him. I found it funny when I read the beginning of this. He says that it seems to be clear attempt by Mrs. Daybill to use the rules of criminal procedure as a pretext simply to keep me out of the courtroom and interfere with my ability to report. So I had to laugh at that because it hadn't even occurred to me that he wouldn't be able to be in the courtroom if he was a witness according to 615. So that wasn't my intention. It was never my intention to do that. It was just to have him on hand if we needed to do that.
All right. Mr. Kelly, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kelly, in theory, it sounds like if a witness said something different than they reported to Mr. Eaton at some point, I guess in theory she's right that Mr. Kelly could be called as a witness to impeach someone, but that's only allowed after the person's confronted with the actual statement that was made, and if they then deny that statement that was made. Do you have copies of his interviews and transcripts of interviews that you might want to impeach someone with?
I've been watching most of the interviews and I take my own notes, so yes.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, two things. One, excluding Mr. Eaton under Rule 615 would be a violation of his rights under the First Amendment to attend and report on this very public trial. But more importantly, Your Honor, if Mr. Eaton were to be called as a witness, the party calling him would have to comply with ARS 12-2214, which has very stringent requirements for subpoenaing and compelling the testimony of a journalist about information that journalist has obtained in the course of news gathering. As we state in our motion, we don't believe that there is any way that Ms. Daybill can meet those requirements, but I would suggest that if she wants to call him as a witness, she would absolutely have to follow the requirements of the subpoena law, and we would then have an opportunity to challenge that. But we don't believe that there should be any reason for Mr. Eaton to be excluded from the courtroom.
All right. I'm just thinking through this problem. If a witness got on the witness stand and said something different in testimony than you saw on an interview with Mr. Eaton, you would then play that interview. You wouldn't even need Mr. Eaton to do the impeachment because you could impeach them with the interview by playing it for them in court or something like that. So now that I'm kind of thinking it through a little more, I'm not sure.
And I wouldn't need him to lay that foundation for the interview?
I'm really trying not to give you any legal advice because you are acting as your own attorney, but if the witness admits that's them on the interview and that's their statement, that is foundation. So
he's interviewed law enforcement, almost all the law enforcement that's going to be, up here on the stand. So it's not just witnesses, it's law enforcement.
Well, when I say witness, I mean generally any witness, regardless of their occupation. So I don't foresee, I see it in only the narrowest of situations where he could even be called to as an extrinsic person to testify about the impeachment. You'd have to jump through a number of hoops before that as far as presenting the witness what the statement is and depending on whether they admit or deny that it's them on that video or interview or whatever the case may be that you're referring to. But I'm inclined to strike him as a witness at this time, allow him to be present if he so chooses in the trial. But then again, if you wanted him as a witness, you would need to subpoena him. But at this point, I'm going to strike him from the witness list and permit him to be in the courtroom. If there's a situation where you think something has happened during the trial where you think he should be called as a witness, I guess we'll cross that bridge when and if it comes. Okay?
We could just call him up from the back?
Well, we'll address it when and if it comes, yeah.
And Your Honor, I would ask that if that were to occur, that I would be notified and given a chance to appear and be heard.
Well, everyone will get a chance to be heard if we cross that bridge. I just don't see us crossing that bridge, but I could be wrong. So at this time, it's sort of striking Nate Eaton from the witness list. He can be present if he so chooses in the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's go next to the state's motion to preclude media from displaying or disclosing phone numbers and email for witnesses and victims. I guess I have no problem granting this in concept, but let me ask the state, are these people are going to testify, this is my phone number or this is my email, or it's going to be displayed up as part of the evidence on the screen, or both?
Your Honor, it would be both. Some people would have to testify as to their phone numbers or emails that would also then to establish the foundation of then conversations that are on text messages, emails, iCloud accounts. So my concern obviously is there are both victims whose information could be displayed up there, and I think the Constitution allows them to request that that not be displayed. But additionally, just for safety concerns, given the high profile nature of this, for witnesses who have, several of them have attempted to not be part of the media and have not given interviews and would not want their information to be out there, given that this is being live streamed, having their phone numbers or email addresses live streamed out there to the world, I would ask that that not be done.
All right. Does the defense want to be heard on any of that?
No, we agree.
So we're not actually being live streamed, but there's a 30-minute delay order on broadcasting what's in the courtroom. I already have a protective order that jurors can't be broadcast in any way. And I have an order that the feed can't broadcast sidebars that we might have. So I'm going to order that the feed also, to the extent you can see it visually on an exhibit or something, they shouldn't film someone's phone number or email. And then, I don't know if the right person's here. Do we have the ability to, does the media have the ability to bleep out or silence if someone says my phone number is 480 blah, blah, blah? We'll find that out before we start the trial. But that'll be the order. As for anyone that's doing print or podcasts or anything like that, you're prohibited from reciting an entire phone number or an entire email. You can use the area code, or you can use a couple digits at whatever, at live.com, at outlook.com, but I don't want their emails broadcast or reprinted. Let's go to state's motion to preclude Lonnie Dorkin and preclude noticed witnesses. Did Mr. Dorkin ever get a report prepared?
Not that the state has received.
Do you know?
So, okay. Your Honor, most likely, we're having an affidavit sent over from Mr. Dworkin tonight. He has found a discrepancy in the information that he downloaded and the information that was turned over initially by the state, and he wants to explain what that is and how that will be relevant. So if we get it tonight, we'll forward it immediately to the state, of course, tonight. He was working on a bunch of cases, and he's doing the best he could to include our case and get it done as quickly as possible as when he was assigned from OPDS.
Well, at this time, I'm inclined to preclude Mr. Dworkin, granted something pretty extraordinary happening. I offered you a continuance last time we were in court in order for you to explore that possibility. You declined the continuance. So it's any disclosures late at this point. I'm not going to slam the door on it completely because he may or may not have anything that actually ends up being useful. But at this, if depending on what he actually has, we can talk about it. But at this time, he's likely to be precluded as a witness because the state wouldn't even have an opportunity to have their own witness or rebuttal witness look at something prior to trial. But again, depending on what you have, we can talk about it again.
Okay.
The rest of your witnesses, we've already talked about Nate Eaton. I don't know if we need to go through each and every witness, but I think where I need to start is if a witness hasn't been served with a subpoena to appear in court, there's no requirement for them to show up for your trial. If they have been served, they would need to submit to an interview with the state in advance of their testimony. And then the third aspect is they need to have something relevant to testify about, which relevant, I told you a little bit ago, means they have a testimony that's not based on hearsay, that tends to make either a fact more likely or not. So why don't we go through, I'm trying to compare your witness list to the state's motion. Let me see here. So Nate Eaton, as of now, is not a witness. Next, we have, I don't know how to pronounce her name. Is it Viasia?
Vicia.
Vicia.
Ita Iho.
Is this one of the ones the state was able to get a hold of?
No, Your Honor. We did call the numbers and left voicemail. I've not had any response, and it's my understanding that when I interviewed the defendant's investigator, Jeff White, he also was unable to speak with her.
All right. What about Gabriel Bonilla?
Your Honor, I had an update on that one in the sense that on Saturday, so when the state interviewed, again, Jeff White, the defendant's investigator, he had not been able to speak with Mr. Bonilla. I also called and left a message on the phone number that I received from the investigator. On Saturday, the attorney for Mr. Bonilla called me, and Matthew Ballard, who represents the Church of Latter-day Saints. He advised me that Mr. Bonilla has not been served with a subpoena, but I did not speak with Mr. Bonilla or was not given an option to speak with him.
So we don't know if that person's been served or if they have relevant information.
According to the attorney, Matthew Ballard, he has not been served.
All right. What about, well, why don't I just ask the state? I've got your supplemental and your other one. I know you've actually talked to a few of these people on the phone.
Correct.
Is there anyone on this list, and I'm looking at the defendant's supplemental 15.2 filed March 12, on page 2, there's a number of witnesses listed out. Is there any on this list that you have talked to that you don't object to being called?
Your Honor, I think that there is potentially minimal relevance from Summer Shiflett.
Chislett?
I think that's a misspelling of her sister's name.
Okay.
I think there's potentially minimal relevance for Janice Cox, her mother.
Okay.
Adam Cox is actually on the state's witness list, so we don't object to him. I did speak with Zachary Cox. I'm not aware of any relevance as to this case from him, but I did speak with him.
I see in your pleading that he advised you he's not been subpoenaed.
Correct. Everyone I've spoken with has not been subpoenaed.
All right.
Your Honor, our subpoenas are with OPDS right now, and they should be being issued currently. The state talks about in their response, like, the state is claiming trial by ambush from the defense. Trial by ambush. How is the defense trial by ambush when they have interviewed every single one of these witnesses before in the last 5 years since this case started? They've interviewed every single person that has been on there. They have written, transcripted interviews and video interviews of all of these people. And so how they are relevant, these witnesses will testify if and when they are needed to add additional facts or fill in the blanks that the state will no doubt leave out in their case in chief, and they'll be called accordingly. I need them to lay perhaps foundations for evidence presented by the state. The same with Lonnie Dorkin. I need his testimony will be required if and when it's necessary to rebut digital information that the state will bring forward during trial. I feel like the state is trying to say, okay, if you want your speedy trial, guess what? We're not gonna let you defend yourself. Guess what? You can't have any experts. And guess what else? You can't have any witnesses. You can't have anybody speak in your behalf. So good luck. Have a nice day.
All right. Well, that's why attorneys sometimes take a long time to prepare for a trial, because they need to give notice of what all the testimony their witnesses are going to give. They need their experts to prepare reports. That's why your prior attorneys and your current attorneys were asking for more time to prepare the case. So you can't really have it both ways, that you want your speedy trial rights, but you don't want to give notice to the other side of what your evidence is.
I don't not want to give notice to the other side with the limitations at the incarcerated state where I am, and the limitations with OPDS of getting Lonnie Dorkin late in the game that they did. I've done everything in my power as a defendant to prepare the state and to give over everything that I could do within my power, with the limitations that I am an incarcerated person at this maximum security prison jail.
So when you say,
and I shouldn't be able to represent myself because of that fact. That negates my constitutional right.
I didn't say that. All right. I said that sometimes there are reasons to not go forward to trial as fast as you want. All right. So when you say things like they're going to fill in the blanks, that makes it really hard to assess what their relevant information is.
They have relevant information to a lot of factors that I got in the 404B information. For example, the life insurance. My father is a life insurance salesman. He worked with Charles on getting both life insurance policies, my $2 million policy and Charles' $1 million policy. He also tried to sell my insurance policy after Charles passed away. He also told me to go to call the insurance policy and said how to do that, how to call them when you're the beneficiary. I didn't know how to do any of those things. He has relevant information to that. My sister has relevant information to my brother Alex Cox and the whole situation of what happened on July 11th. These people have relevant information to the state's case, what they're accusing me of. There's very relevant information from a lot of these witnesses.
So what I'm struggling with is you just saying that it's relevant doesn't actually make it relevant. It may be relevant. I'm trying to find out the relevancy. What you said about your father being an insurance salesman and selling policies, that sounds relevant. It could be relevant to me. Who's your father? I don't know who your father is.
Barry Cox.
All right, Barry Cox. It sounds like even from what you're saying, though, you're not, depending on what the state produces at trial, you're not sure that these witnesses would have relevant information. It just depends, is what it sounds like.
Whatever they put up in their case in chief, am I not allowed to try to defend myself against that?
You're absolutely allowed. I'm just trying to figure out, I'm sort of a gatekeeper and I need to make sure witnesses have relevant information. And just like you have the right to interview all of the state's witnesses excluding victims' rights, people that can deny having an interview, they have the right to interview all your witnesses prior to trial so they can have an idea of what those witnesses might say on the witness stand.
I understand that, Your Honor.
So
they also have already interviewed all of them.
I'm not talking about police interviews or interviews that may have been done years ago. The prosecutor has the right to interview any witness prior to them taking the stand, just as you do. So I'm not sure the best way to handle this other than maybe we should take it up as we progress through the case, but
Your Honor,
some of these people may or may not be even served.
Yeah, my concern is obviously I have attempted to reach these people. I've made my good faith effort. I've been told both by myself in attempting to contact them as well as the defense investigator that they've been unable to reach them. So it seems to not be following the rules of procedure or evidence to then bring up later on if they perhaps find these people at some point, then the state can try to at that point preclude them. When the state talks about a trial by ambush, it is in fact that. When the defense investigator themselves cannot find these people and are still looking for them in trial when they've had at least, we'll say, 4 months to try to find them, I think that at this point, precluding them is proper.
Well, I would preclude anyone that doesn't submit to an interview with the state. I kind of want to punt this a little bit just because if there's people that don't end up getting served, don't end up showing up at court, they can't find, then we don't need to waste our time talking about whether or not those people have relevant information because they're not going to be here and they're not going to testify. So I'm putting the defendant on notice that if these witnesses aren't served, if they don't submit to interviews, they're going to be precluded. Even if they submit to interviews, I may have to make a determination whether their testimony's relevant or not. So again, we're going to, I think, have to cross that bridge when it comes. The state did say that they concede that some of the witnesses, Adam Cox, Janice Cox, Summer Shiflett, may have some minimally relevant information. The rest of these, I think we're going to have to take up maybe on a piecemeal basis, but I don't want it. It's not going to be a situation where you're ready to call them in as a witness the morning of, and then the state they haven't been presented to the state for an interview prior to that. So keep that in mind when coordinating with your investigator. If he gets them served and they're actually going to be called at trial, they need to submit to an interview in advance of their testimony.
Your Honor, I understand that, and I am limited in what I can do. If I could call these people myself, they would answer my call probably, and I could have this discussion with them. But I'm going through the limitations that I have at the jail through my paralegal who's working overtime and my investigator who's working overtime to try to do everything to help me prepare for trial, as they have other clients as well that they have to do things in a timely manner for. So we are doing the best that we can.
Okay. All right. We next have defendant's motion to dismiss for violation of confidential communication and the Sixth Amendment dated March 18 of 2025 and the state's response. Let me ask the defendant first if you've received the state's response.
I did.
Did you say you did or didn't?
I did.
Okay.
Yes.
If you have an attorney in Idaho that is working on an appeal, it appears that the information that was turned over by the jail was some pretty innocuous messages about trying to set up the legal line to talk to you on a confidential line. And really, that's about it. So how does this arise to some sort of nefarious interception of things? Because it was put on a public chat system that the jail uses. You know it's not confidential. And you're told it's not confidential. And then even if I look at the substance of the messages, there's really nothing in the messages that would arise to some sort of confidential communication, just trying to set up a meeting and get the unrecorded legal line set up.
Who's saying that they're not confidential?
Well, the
Who's
jail.
telling me that they're not confidential?
Your own attorney, it looks like. Here's a message. I see that they came and got you. I'm working on getting a confidential attorney line set up. The implication being that this message is not confidential. The next one, again, just checking in. Hope things are getting a little better for you. I'm still working on getting a legal line set up. The implication is that these are not confidential.
Okay, so then he received a letter from MCSO that said, your phone number is now confidential and arranged for confidential client privilege communications. So
Phone
from my no, it says this phone number is connected to that. So from my perspective, when I call someone on the tablet or when I text someone on the tablet, it goes to their phone number. So all the communications after the date of the exhibit that we put in our motion, when he got that letter from MCSO that now all of your things will be confidential. Okay. Now they will be confidential. So my understanding, and I'm the only one that can waive that privilege, right?
And I think after that, when his line was approved, there were no other disclosures of messages between you and him, correct?
No, there are.
You received other disclosures of intercepting messages between you and him?
So those go up to the 24th of January?
No, the only thing I saw was up to I think late December of 23.
Okay, so there are confidential things that are in our communications because I was not aware that after he received that there were not. So the prosecutor who obtained these her protocol would not be to stop and ask the court for some guidance on this, maybe do an in-camera review if she's subjecting herself to client privileged communications, instead of reading them and finding out and assessing for herself if there are anything in there that's confidential information between me and my appeals attorney. I have no other way to communicate with him when I'm in this incarcerated situation because I was brought here to Arizona to deal with these charges. So it is a problem. It's a problem that she took them. It's a problem that she got them from MCSO. It's a problem that she read through them. It's a huge problem that she put some of them into her motion, and now his IP address is exposed to the public, which is a federal offense. There's a lot of things wrong with what has happened here.
Well, you reminded me that when his number was approved, he then sent messages from different IP addresses instead of that phone number that was privileged. So he's the one that disclosed or violated the confidential nature. I don't see that any of these, I'm going to call them inadvertently intercepted messages between you and your appeal attorney. I don't see that they're being used in any way by the state.
Just the state reading them as a violation of the client-attorney privilege.
Well, not if they're not done through a privileged setup the way that they were supposed to, which he even acknowledged.
My understanding from my perspective was that that phone number was now privileged. The way it comes to me on the tablet is I text that phone number or I call that phone number.
Correct.
So,
if you're communicating through the phone number, but if he has it set up where the messages aren't being sent and received actually through the phone number, but through different IP addresses, the system doesn't know that they're privileged because they're not being sent and received through that privileged number.
but I didn't know that. There's no way for me to know that from where I am in my cell. There's no understanding for that. I assumed he was just getting them on his same phone that we were having client attorney privileged communications. And is the state giving these to Idaho? Do these get dispersed out? I would like to know that. Where are these going? They're getting them from MCSO. Is there a subpoena to get these from MCSO? Is there a warrant to get these from MCSO? I didn't see anything that warrants them getting them from MCSO in the first place.
All right, let me hear from the state.
Your Honor, I think that the state's motion really covers the law under this. The defendant and her attorney were provided with information, whether or not she understood it or not. Her attorney understood that it was phone calls that were covered. So it's not just the defendant who is not complying with following the correct procedure to utilize the set up attorney-client privilege means to communicate. In this case, the state, obviously, I disclose those before I even look at them. I understand that they are statements by a defendant, and I believe that they are to be disclosed under Rule 15. And so before I even look at them, I send them to the defendant because I don't have the option of not providing them to her since they have been obtained. I think if you apply the case law in this, the defendant cannot meet her burden to show that there's any legal advice in these messages. There's no privilege in them. The messages are asking to set up times to call and to speak.
Are the three, I think it's 3 messages that you included in your response, Are those all the messages?
No, Your Honor, there are other messages, and we do say that tablet messages between Ms. Daybill and Mr. Jerem do not end on December 28th. They continue.
And there is privileged information on them going forward. And the state is basically testifying for my attorney now. She just testified for my attorney that he understood that that these were not privileged communications. Where does she understand that where is she testifying for my attorney?
Well, I think because the context of the messages say, I'm trying to
Okay, I don't
schedule
know
the time and I'm trying to set up a confidential line, meaning
That was
this
before.
is not confidential.
That's right. He said it wasn't confidential before MCSO gave him a letter saying your phone number is now confidential. Your phone number now has.
Okay, I'm not going to keep rehashing this with you. The fact that he's using different IP addresses and not messaging through the actual phone number that's protected, I think is part of the problem. So if he's not using the program correctly, that's an issue you need to take up with your attorney.
How is he using it incorrectly?
I just told you. He's not messaging through the phone number. He's using different IP
How
addresses.
can you message other than the phone number? I don't understand that.
I don't understand that either, but if it was from the phone number and it's for his cell phone, for example, it would be the same IP address for each communication. There's like 4 or 5 IP addresses.
Where are the IP addresses coming from? They're given to you by the state?
They're right there listed on the messages.
I'm just saying, where are they obtaining those from?
From your attorney's messages to you?
From MCSO?
Yeah.
Did they get IP addresses for every single person of every single message communication on the text from MCSO?
Well, it's listed on the messages, so I assume so. It says Craig Durham, and then under it is the IP address from the device that's being used.
Okay, and then Ms. K is reading all of these messages and they're not privileged. Is that what you're coming to?
They're not privileged if you're not using the program or your attorney's not using the program correctly. Okay, they're still not going to be allowed to use any of these messages. What I'm saying is they're inadvertent disclosure by MCSO because someone's not using the program correctly doesn't mean that they had bad faith in how they got them. They made
How is he using it incorrectly?
I don't know how else to explain it to you. I've told you 5 different times now. So he's not messaging with the phone number. He's messaging from different IP addresses.
Okay, can I ask if these messages are being disseminated anywhere to Idaho, to the prosecutors in Idaho? Because it's definitely affecting my appeal if that's the case.
I don't know.
Have not been sent to anyone other than the defendant, Your Honor.
All right. So there was some communications I find that were intercepted between Ms. Daybill and her attorney. The state's not to use those communications. They're not to disseminate those communications, but I do find that they weren't purposely sought out by the state. And that dismissal isn't the appropriate sanction if there is an appropriate sanction. It's ordered denying the motion to dismiss for violation of confidential communication. All right, then we have defendant's motion to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct dated March 21st. Let me get that. And the state's response. The motion to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct was filed on March 21. The response, I don't see a date on the response, but I do have the response. Did you get that response? Ms. Daybill, did you get that response?
I did, Your Honor.
All right. So your prior attorneys had, actually, let me back up. the state filed a motion back in, I think it was September of 2024, asking the court to preclude your defense team at the time from making public records requests through Gilbert and/or Chandler police departments. I denied the state's request, saying that the defense is free to do their investigation and make public records requests through appropriate means. So that's part of your complaint, that they didn't provide those public documents to the defense. That's sort of a civil issue, I guess, but let me hear your argument on that.
That isn't really the complaint itself.
That's your first paragraph.
I know, but the complaint is that
I'd like to take each allegation and deal with them one at a time.
I understand that.
Your first
My
allegation.
complaint is the interference by the state, Ms. K in particular, in stopping that and interfering with us trying to investigate and do our own investigation. It is a violation of the constitutional right and due process. And she did do it, and she did do it purposefully. And then after she did it, and we weren't allowed to have anything from either of the police departments, then she filed her motion. And then later, the day that I was Rule 11, that is the day after when you said that you denied that motion. So I don't know what she did or what she said to Chandler and Gilbert to stop them from giving us any information. But as soon as we put in a request, we were cut off. No information. You can't have anything. That's when I was trying to, the big video that we're trying to get in Gilbert, that's what I was trying to request. I tried to request that myself because I would have my investigator to go and explain what that was and why we didn't have it. And so we were precluded from doing all those things by the state. They should not be interfering with that. That's one of the reasons why everything has taken so long. We haven't been given things we've asked the state for. We haven't been given them. We tried to get them from Chandler and Gilbert. We can't get them from them. She's stopping us from getting from them. How are you supposed to put together a defense?
So when your prior defense counsel put in that request back in September, the state says that they obtained those information and gave it to your attorneys on October 1. So why are we waiting until March to address this if you had an issue with that?
I have had an issue with it the whole time.
But why didn't you file why didn't someone file a motion back in after, December, November, January, February, saying they had an issue with this?
I did. These are in my motions to you for specific discovery. I discussed this exact problem.
Okay. Well, now you're saying it arises to prosecutorial misconduct.
It is.
Right. This is the first I've been made aware of that, as far as I know, that the police department never honored the public records request. If they don't honor a public records request, there's a process to go through regarding that.
Which is what?
I'm not going to give you legal advice. All right. Your second allegation in the prosecutorial misconduct, we've already kind of dealt with, that she distributed the state distributed attorney-client privileged communication. We've discussed that. The next one is legal advice to defense witness Nate Eaton. We've somewhat discussed that, but I think their motion, the state says that they simply notified him that he would need to be served with a subpoena to have to appear in court. So how is that improper?
It's taking her word for that that's what happened. She's not under oath saying that that's what happened. Nate Eaton's not here to testify that that's what happened. They're the only two parties that are there to say that that is what happened. So that is my problem with it. I would like for one of them to get on the stand and say exactly what happened in that conversation and that she wasn't giving him legal advice. How do we know that she wasn't? It's a very curious situation that he called her and then he writes in his motion this statement that obviously comes from Ms. K. She seems to be a clear attempt by Ms. Daybill to use the rules of criminal procedure as a pretext simply to keep me out of the courtroom and interfere with my ability to report. We also don't know if he told her, don't come to the March 18th hearing because that's when they're going to serve you with your subpoena. So all these things come from there, and we don't know who's saying it, and you're just taking her word for it, like you took her word for, oh, there's only 6 emails and there's no other emails. You're just taking her word for it as an officer of the court, and I think that she should have to be sworn in.
Well, you want me to just take your word for he must have gotten these things from Ms. K, okay? Just because his motion says he thinks that you're noticing him as a witness to keep him out of the courtroom? I don't know why you take the jump to that is coming from Ms. K as opposed to his own volition. He also hired an attorney that said the same thing. Even if she had said you need to be served with a subpoena to have to show up in court, that is not an ethical violation.
Well, giving legal advice is an ethical violation. Is that correct?
Stating what the law is not an ethical violation. If she said, I don't think you should show up at court, even if you're subpoenaed or something like that, that could be an ethical violation, but we don't have that.
How do we know we don't have that? That's my question. How do we know what went on in that conversation if it wasn't recorded? Aren't witness
You can interview him. You can interview Mr. Eaton. Your investigator can interview Mr. Eaton. So when and if you get that information from Mr. Eaton that something nefarious happened in that conversation, bring it up then. But you're jumping to conclusions. You have the right to interview any witness, okay?
not a witness anymore because you just precluded him?
All right. You can interview him. You can have your investigator interview him.
So even though he's not a noticed witness now, we can still interview him and try to find this information because we can't get it now? Is that what you're saying?
Sure. Have your investigator call him. Ask him about the conversation. At this time, I'm going to, based on just the pleadings, I'm denying the motion to dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct.
Of course.
All right, 609 motion. The state's alleged a total of 7 felony convictions in the state of Idaho. Under Rule 609, the court finds that limiting the number of convictions and the nature of the convictions to be appropriate as to not be overly prejudicial. There is an interest in allowing a jury to know that the defendant's been convicted of at least 1 felony. But let me hear, I'm inclined to probably limit it to 2 felonies in order that they be sanitized. Does the state want to be heard on that?
Your Honor, I do believe that the court should allow for at least 3. There are multiple dates and multiple victims in those and multiple different distinct incidents. And I believe that it would be appropriate to, when we're talking about the credibility of the defendant, to allowing in 3 of those.
I looked at the date ranges and I looked at the actual counts, and some of the counts, obviously the laws are titled differently in Idaho, but there's a couple of counts that specifically have what I would call dishonesty built into the name of the conviction, the first-degree murder and grand theft by deception. Those are counts 1 and 3, specifically. And again, these only become relevant if the defendant chooses to testify. I did read the defendant's response asking that all of them be precluded. Let me hear from the defendant.
1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, I haven't had a time to, I wasn't planning on talking about the 609 today, so I'll just refer to my reply.
Well, we can table it till later in the trial because, again, it doesn't become relevant unless you choose to testify, but you know my inclination and what the state's argument is.
Okay.
This morning I handed each side proposed preliminary instructions. We don't need to discuss those now, but depending on tomorrow how far we get in the jury selection process, maybe you can be prepared to tell me if you object to any or if there are additions or corrections that need to be made. All right, I think that's going to be it for today, but let me check with the state. Is there anything else we need to address today?
I think just for the record, Your Honor, in terms of allowing in witnesses the gallery, I think that you had indicated you would reserve 1 row for the next of kin.
Yeah, let's discuss that. We're going to put up signage after we complete jury selection. So the first row on both sides behind defense counsel and behind the state will be reserved for immediate family members, next of kin, those sorts of people, relatives. The very last row on both sides will be reserved for media. And then the middle rows in between those two will be kind of a first come, first serve general public viewing area. Any questions about that?
I do just want to make sure that, assuming we're leaving on the defendant's mother, father, sister,
Well, if they're potential witnesses, they won't be in here.
the state will be invoking the rule of exclusion.
Do you understand that, Ms. Daybill?
I do.
All right. So as long as people that we haven't already addressed other than Mr. Eaton remain on the witness list, the rule of exclusion would be, in fact, it means that they won't be allowed in the courtroom except for your investigator can be in the courtroom. And they're precluded from talking to anyone about their testimony or other testimony until they're released as witnesses. Anything else from the state for today?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from the defense for today?
A couple of things, Your Honor. We need to discuss the
how the division would like the media exhibits.
What?
How the division would like the media exhibits if we're presenting recordings or audio, individual flash drives for each exhibit. There wasn't.
Depends on how you're going to present them, but I would say, yeah, probably 1 flash drive per recording or exhibit.
And then I'm guessing 3 copies, 1 for state, 1 for.
I don't know that you need copies if you've already disclosed it to them. Just tell them what it is when we're marking it and tell the clerk what it is with the description so it's clear on the exhibit list which exhibit is what.
One more thing, Your Honor. I wanted a clarification. In your minute entry dated the 25th regarding the defendant's motion to remove restraints. So my understanding when I read when I read what was from MCSO, and then you put in here, however, at the sheriff's discretion, one or more armed sheriff deputies may be positioned near the exits. So what their recommendation was the minimum amount of restraints, meaning if there was going to be an armed guard, then they would not have to do the belt. So I was confused by and wanted a clarification on what you were actually ordering, because the DOs had a question about it with me this morning. So
I ordered that you don't have to wear the leg restraint, but that you do have to wear the rack belt, because that is not going to be visible to the jury. The leg restraint's a little more cumbersome and visible, and since you're representing yourself and you're going to need to approach the podium and those sorts of things, I ordered the removal of the leg restraint. You will, though, wear the rack belt. And then I said it's up to the sheriff's office. If they want to, they can position a couple deputies in the back if they want additional deputies.
well, their recommendation was that you wouldn't have to use the belt at all if they had the armed guard.
I read their response and their recommendation, and that's my order.
So what is it exactly?
That you have to wear the rack belt, but not the leg restraint.
And that they will or will not have armed guard?
It's up to them.
Okay.
All right, so tomorrow we're going to start at 10:30 with going through the answers on the questionnaires that the walk-in jurors will fill out in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we'll have in-person voir dire of those potential jurors. The court's going to seal the FTR tomorrow for the portion of the in-person answers of the jurors, which should be from 1:30 on. All right, we'll be at recess.
Okay. Well, Miss Cray. I had a lot going on back here. Yeah, ordered some clothes that that's my size. I just don't like the way they look on me. Had to order new clothes because um, I just need to order some clothes. Something like that. I don't like the fit, and now that I'm so much smaller than I am at the top than the bottom, it's just some knock around clothes. Well, because I want to go back to doing physical work, and then it just, pretty much doing whatever. Physical is where I'm gonna keep the school job. So anyway, bunch of stuff. I heard Lori say I this was jotting down as I was back and trying stuff on. What a cute little outfit. I hate that. I don't like the way. Cause you know what? I don't like nothing exposing my butt, and I don't like that. So I like the shirt to go beyond. I'm talking about. I like it to cover my butt. Put it like that. Cause I'm self conscious. Because I just think people be staring. I don't like that. So I'm pissed. But anyway, I was able to listen to some of the things she said, and shout out to everybody that came to hey. They said I don't know if you was in here while you saw me say hey to you, but clear. Um, so one thing I noticed just from listening to certain things you say, case in chief, and which is pretty much um, whatever side, either side, it doesn't matter if it's the state or the defense, whosever time it is to present their case, presenting your case is known as the case in chief, right? So that doesn't mean I'm not talking about when the other side gets up to cross-examine. I'm talking about when it's the presentation of your side. So the state goes first, but they bear the burden. That's their case in chief. When they rest and it's time for um, the defense to take over, and that will be their case in chief. She's using a lot of legalese, a lot of court terminology, right? And oftentimes with a bunch of pro se defendants, and especially the ones that be with, what they be doing, the sovereign, people, sovereign citizens, that bullshit they be doing, whatever. A lot of times they like to claim that although they opted to represent themselves, they didn't understand certain portions of the law, certain portions of what was going on, certain portions of the procedure, the process, procedural and substantive law. So they say they didn't understand. All right. I swear that there's some kind of handbook out there for the type of people that they all come in with the same defense. I don't understand, right? Well, by her using all of that legalese and what have you, I say she understands the law and the procedures and substantive law pretty well. I think she understands it pretty well. So I want this crazy killer to continue to behave in that manner, right? Acting like she doesn't know. And I was gonna play the some of the of her interrogations that I've just found when I was going through. I have never heard them. Like I said, I told you I turned my head away from this case. When I turned, looked back up, honey, they hadn't went to court and every goddamn thing. And now, her Arizona cases, this happened him. Well, I, this is my opinion. I think being so legally astute may come back to bite her in her ass if she um, argues in an appellate situation using the fact that I just didn't understand and all that, right? Like you understood perfectly fine, ma'am. Next. Um, Let's talk about the 404B, right? Which is pretty much when the fours, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 4-4, so on and so forth. Those are the rules of evidence, whatever be from the FRE, right? Those are the FRE codes that would be federal. When you hear 4-4, those numbers like that, 800s, whatever, that's normally indicative of federal rules of evidence, right? When you hear in each state have different rules, right? Those are referred to as local rules. Those numbers sound different, depending on your state. Um, so when you hear like 4-4 pretty much be, that is character evidence. And the state, well, I don't want to say it's the state, but in this case, this is the this is what they're speaking on, right? The state's case. The state isn't allowed to present evidence with regards to someone's character that will demonstrate that they have a propensity to commit a crime, or based on their prior history, criminal history, and their bad acts, that will um, they more likely I'm so sleepy off that they more than likely commit this crime, right? So that's when you start hearing about 4-4. I know I ain't. Okay, I'm so sleepy. I thought the damn I done ended the live. Oh my gosh. Shout out to everybody that do the day shift. Baby. How you I got kinda used to it, but I hate it. Just tell you that now. So what else did I jot down? She said, okay, so pretty much. So when you hear 4-4B, and I say character evidence, I'm not necessarily talking about proof of someone's character. Okay, I'm talking about we're talking about character in the sense of their if they were um, if based on their prior history, would they more than likely commit the crime based on their prior convictions? Would that prove that they commit the crimes? Here's the thing, right? When they were talking about her prior convictions, right? I think they won't allow 2 or 3 or something like that, right? You know, prior convictions are generally inadmissible because it violates 4-4, right? However, when the evidence is directly related to the crime which they're being tried for, which is called the instant case. So when you hear the word instant case, that means that it's the current trial that they were being tried for. A judge can make a determination that he will allow prior convictions, right? And prior convictions that is generally admissible are convictions of like fraud, financial fraud, to be more specific, right? Dishonesty, right? Because that speaks to someone's credibility, right? And you can use that evidence to impeach them, right? When you start dealing with the area of credibility, that's when you start hearing the terms thrown around, impeaching evidence and things of that nature, right? That's when you start you deal with the 4-4 B evidence. Okay, it's impeachment. So it's a lot going on in 404. B. Oh shit, it's a lot going on, honey. Oh, I'm so cold, y'all. Okay, so 404B is character as it relates to the um, the evidence that would be used to say that someone is more than likely commit a crime, propensity evidence. Jabo like to say rank propensity evidence, what have you. 4 is pretty much talks about the character of someone's reputation or someone's opinion of your reputation. All right. So that's how character evidence is broken down in 404. What else she said? Let's see. She said, hold on, hold on for a minute. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so I think I heard the state maybe speak about omission of a part opponent statement, right? Or 801D2. Okay, I think I heard her say something like that. And that pretty much means that the idiot done said something, an out of court statement that the state possibly wants to use as a evidence against her, statement against her. Okay. And there is a hearsay exception for that. So that's in the 800s. Okay, so when you start dealing with hearsay, that's your rules 800s. You start hearing about what's the rules about declarance and all of that, right? Um, start with those about 800s. Okay, so she has apparently something she done said. Well, that or something. Yeah, something she done said that they want to use against her. Right. There is a hearsay exception that will allow that evidence in. Oh my God. Also, I don't know if anybody noticed that she is trying her damnedest to raise conflicts and also constitutional violations in order to get this case thrown out. This bitch is guilty, and all I know, you hear me? She is so guilty. She is trying to hear everything, right? Because she was bringing up prosecutorial misconduct and all that. Y'all all know that. And we went through that extensively. That's a constitutional violation. Right. Um, Also, I think I heard you mention um, land foundation, which simply means that she will establish, and when we went through this, I think it was YSL, where she will pretty much, um, where they'll ask questions, right, of somebody of on the stand in an effort to establish relevancy, establish that the evidence when presented is relevant, right? So you can't just admit, use testimony, or use, I'm sorry, evidence, just put it in, even though, just say, for example, right? Just say the judge admit a piece of evidence. You can't just at any point just start using that evidence without laying foundation first. If a person is on the stand, you have to establish that that person can testify with regards to that evidence. So you can't start asking somebody questions about a white car that drove by a scene of a crime that allegedly shot it up unless they established that you was there or you was a passenger in that car or something like that. So you just can't, even though the evidence is relevant, you just can't start asking questions about that particular um, that particular evidence without laying foundation, right? So that's when you often hear them talk about foundation in court, whether it's uh, objection, and normally it's objection, foundation, like that. So sleeping, right? And also, it's not you don't always it's not always on the stand that you have to go through the process of laying foundation. um, you can, well, that'd be all for proof. Never mind, let's stick with that. Let's keep it simple. I'm sitting there, stick to what the case this case is talking about. um, oh, the one thing I heard, now this may be, make sure I heard this right. I wrote down he didn't preclude the state from using evidence that may derive from that precluded email. Okay, so um, I heard him preclude. Hold on, what is it? It was some email, the emails or something that he precluded, right? But he did not preclude any evidence that may derive from that email, because so he precluded the state from using that email. Let me wake up. He precluded the state from using that email because I think this was dealing with the attorney-client privilege, right? Attorney-client, and he was like, well, he precluded the state from using those emails because apparently they sought to try to use them or something. But he did not preclude any evidence that came as a result of them reading those emails. Okay, so if I intercept an email from the defendant, I mean, when I say intercept, it doesn't mean something nefarious all the time. Like, um, intercept mostly in court doesn't mean anything like they got it by illegal means or anything like that. Intercept means that, okay, there was possibly like a normal, monitoring of a phone call or monitoring of email communication. It went to the team that they have that sort those things out, or so something like that. In the interim, it was turned over maybe to the prosecutors, right after they had seen that maybe there's something there that could help the case or something like that, whatever. And then it's perfectly legal, right? So Lori apparently said that that was attorney-client. I'm waking up a little bit, and I think he said, well, from what he understood the emails to be, there was nothing that was attorney-client due to the nature of them, one, and due to the fact that her own attorney pretty much said that they were not attorney-client because it's something that he was waiting on a specific phone number or something like that, where they would begin to communicate in a way where those particular communications were supposed to be attorney client, right? So, what they're talking about with regards to the case or preparation of the case on that particular line was supposed to be attorney client. And by the way the attorney that she had acknowledged that that the prior modes of communication wasn't attorney-client or wasn't secure or what have you. Both sides knew that, and that's why they wasn't saying anything that would be, you know, um, a disclosure of the case. And so, and whenever they got the other modes of communication, I guess the attorney acknowledged something like that, right? The judge was saying, pretty much based on that acknowledgement, that his attorney, her attorney, knew when the communication became attorney-client and what it was. So the state said that, let me make sure I read it again, that they precluded the state from using the emails. But they didn't preclude the state from, just say, if they read the email. Now, I'm just saying something real obvious to bring home a point. Just say that in the email, she told the her she told her attorney um, that so they have under on an attorney client they attorneys have to uh, report if there's a crime that's in commission now or will be, but no past crimes. So just say, talk about a crime in commission. And they go, and the state goes to find that crime in commission, right? The crime that's going on now. Just say those emails bear that information. Remember, that's when you hear fruit of a poisonous tree. Bear that information. He didn't preclude that if the state find out something based on what they read. I guess I should have said that early on, but I'm sitting with my eyes closed when I'm sleeping. I don't know how y'all do this. But so you know, if the state get an upper hand or get some information based on that, then hey, he include that. So, and I don't know if she'll even ask. How about that? What else? She was right about attorney-client violation can also occur regardless if it's used in court or not. She was right about that. Okay. Okay. The thing that I wish that I don't know, I wish that but it would be um it'd be very, very beneficial to have. Let me sit up. Sorry, I'm sleepy, so let me tell you. Remember, we used to have those arguments, them goddamn fucking text messages and this and that, and that, right? But all these lawyers out here that have never worked on the case. Um, and we were talking about um if they were admissible, and they shouting me down that they were, and I'm pulling up the paperwork showing that they weren't. And as you see, the judge in that case today, he's struggling, but he's doing a good job because here's the thing, right? In the Daryl Brooks case, right, that judge gave the judge. I don't want to say the state, but the judge really came up to the line when it came to giving him some sort of legal advice, right? She didn't really give him advice. They they're giving like we're supposed to be giving direction either, but I will categorize it as more or less direction, legal direction, which you just should stay away from both. Okay. Um, So when you say, oh, sorry. But when you say, well, you could, when he was telling her a couple times, well, you could have your investigator question the witness about this, about that, whatever. That's to me, in my opinion, legal direction. Okay, that's giving someone directions. And again, I think you should probably pretty much stay away from both of them dealing with a pro se, because while I have given it a slightly different meaning, a higher court can easily determine that it's legal advice. I'm just doing it for the purposes of what we're talking, just trying to make it plainly stated. Okay, so right now, and this would be the best, and it still won't click with these people out here, because they just don't understand the legal process. It is what it is. I mean, and let me say this: they understand the basics, the very, 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 very basic. Like, you pretty much come in the courtroom and sit down, all rise, the honorable such and such such, and sit your ass back down. That they don't understand motion and limines and precluding, excluding, and all of that, right? Um, and I would submit, and I know there's a lot of the shit, the legal shit that you guys use out here. Out here, you got it because of what? Yeah, I heard it over here on this channel. I'm not, and also all those hours that I've talked to countless number of people breaking down the case, like on a one-on-one, right? Now, please tell me I'm lying. But anyway, but right now we have a opportunity to watch Emotion and Limity in progress. Emotion and Limity, I told you a while ago, it is usually the earliest step, or one of the earliest steps, in either destroying a piece of the government's case, shutting down the defense's defense, precluding evidence, and admitting a lot of evidence. You know, so that is what pretty much emotional limity does. Now, I showed you guys on Mr. Kelly's Mr. Kelly's docket for the paperwork, where the judge has precluded certain evidence, certain defense. We saw a pretrial hearing that when that she was going to allow them evidence of an extortion. Pretrial hearing. The judge was dealing with emotional limity there. Judge Ann was dealing with emotional limity there. She was very detailed. That extortion, that was dealing with the admissibility of that evidence, if there was such, as well as dealing with the allowance of that defense of the extortion. Okay? As you saw that judge, right? That's what it feels to me. I'm not saying I'm no judgment again. I have no trial experience. I'm a transactional lawyer, kept my ass in the office. Get me a check, get me some benefits. It's paid by somebody else. Before all this schooling, I was black. So I'm gonna do it the black way. Okay? Never was interested in child. But anyway. So as you see, the judge at times was oblivious to Lori's sarcasm. He was actually thinking that he meant on, and she, whatever the thing she said, he, she meant that in the literal sense of the legal terminology, what it means in the legal space. I forgot exactly what it was. I said she was acting sarcastic about. Oh, that he thought it was. She was talking about timely filing. No, she was talking about all of a sudden, 30 days, 30 days in, 30 days before trial. Now he's an expert witness. The judge transferred that in his knowledge to me. Oh, she is questioning in timely filing, like it wasn't, like it's not in time, like the state waited too late to file that, and therefore it should be allowed. No, that's not what, you know what I'm saying. No, judge, no, no, no. That's not what she was talking about. She was talking about that, like the state is, she's setting up a a I could say a defense in this case, that the state is trying to get away with some stuff. That they're acting. Yeah, how can I say this? They're not doing things above board. They're out of line. They're hiding stuff. And sometimes I think that pro se defendants want to um, represent themselves because they have some stupid ass defense, and they want to say all these allegations because somehow, somewhere that they read or heard somewhere in their damn jail that constitutional violation. That's the that's the main way to, the best way to get your case thrown out or to win a case. And constitutional violations, you get them on the record, and the appellate court, if things go wrong, the appellate court is most likely going to, stop and take a real hard look at them, you know, and all that bullshit. And then you have the crazy defense that they come up with, that usually no lawyer that still wants to be a lawyer when that case concludes will ever go with. So that's what I think a lot of these goddamn defendants go pro se. because a regular real attorney ain't gonna go into court and present this shit. Don't make sense. She already talking about evil aliens and shit. I mean, she crazy. So, but this is a real motion and limit in progress, and a pro se defendant. And to me, this kind of puts me in mind of saying you guys would be, pro se, right? Just dealing with the understanding, right? The lay. And what I was trying to communicate, and here's the thing, right? Child, when that lady doesn't use them goddamn text messages as y'all state that she is, could, and whatever, when that day comes and passes, baby, we gonna have, girl, I'm gonna come back to the block to throw that in your goddamn face, honey. I'm trying to tell you. Let me blow my nose. Okay. I'm going to, like, and it's not the fact that, and I mean, R. Kelly at that point would be catching a stray, because it doesn't have anything about want him in or want him out. Y'all know I don't have no position on that. I can get care less. It's the fact that when you attack my credibility as if you know what the hell you talking about, and I'm trying to explain it to you, and you're not coming with nobody, because you, none of you motherfuckers can impeach me, really. You come go get somebody. Don't, because even if you try to Google something, you're not gonna understand it the way it's supposed to be understood. Because understand this: when it comes to the law, when you read something to the lay person, it may mean one thing to you, just like some of the words in the dictionary. When it comes to law, at that point, it has a double meaning. It means one thing in law, one thing in the damn dictionary. Same word though. You're gonna read that differently. You're gonna read that wrong. And not even lawyers, judges, whatever, don't always get it right. How you think you're gonna get it right? It's unbelievable. It's not being being rude or whatever. It's just the truth. And it's just at some point it's just annoying, because people think that shit is easy, or they got it. And if you got it, then like okay, why you ain't breaking this shit down? I don't get it. I mean, I'm just saying, that goes for anybody. I don't give a fuck. Run it back. I don't give a fuck. Understand all of that. I told you, I'm outsourcing. I'm fucking with I'm not arguing with no men, and I'm not arguing with no people that's got mental illnesses and slow. I'm not doing none of that. I'm outsourcing. If it's a man, I'm outsourcing. So I got several other men that would love to argue. They love to fight, cuss, and all of that. They love to do all of that. They love to show up at your house, or you can show up at theirs. They like all of that. I don't have time for it. These people ain't gonna bust a grape, honey. at a goddamn venue. So, anyway, just waste people time. But what I'm saying is, when you look at this process that they're going through, step by step, I hope everybody is paying attention. That's definitely, especially if you seek to understand, if you still care what happened and what didn't happen in the man's case. How many years out are we from the multiple text messages? And if his lawyer, and I hate she used the term, the phrase that his defense team made little use of the text messages, because I don't know what you guys took that to mean. Because see, again, because you don't understand the game, you don't understand that a brief is meant to be persuasive. Just because she said that doesn't mean that she doesn't know the reason why it wasn't used. And it doesn't mean that she's right in her briefs. Because how many motions did she lose? And I like J Ball. Well, how many motions she lost? Huh? I would. It just goes with the territory. Doesn't mean she's a loser. Doesn't mean, I mean, at one point, a long time ago, when he had the other attorneys in place, because they didn't win that many motions, whatever, y'all ripped the people down. Like, oh my God. 8 out of 10 times, they're not going to win a lot of motions, especially pretrial. Y'all swear they was the worst attorneys on the block, like as if the people should be winning. I'm like, where the fuck these motherfuckers come from? Like, where am I? I'm sleeping now, y'all, so just charge it to my sleepiness. Don't come fuck with me, because due to what I say, y'all, I'm just not. Uh-uh. I just don't have the ability to just don't say certain things, because it's coming up. It's coming out. Shit. It's fighting. It's fighting to come out. But I'm just saying, who that, like, even if you're a lay person, you should know, your common sense will tell you. And if it doesn't, let me tell you, normally the law is on the side of the prosecutor. It's just my opinion. Go back and do the research. Look at the ratio, the winner loss ratio, and it should tell you. But it's on the side of the prosecutors. They are the ones that bring the case. So they already have the upper hand. They got all the evidence, all the people, all the hard, all the macaroni and cheese. They got it all. Okay. So they are supposed to bring a case only if it is based on evidence to substantiate their claim. Like, so chances are that the person is probably going to be found guilty. A lot of times people have been found guilty that aren't even guilty. That's how the scale tips. in the favor of the prosecutor. Let's keep it above. And just because you think the law is supposed to operate a certain way, if something, one thing wrong and the whole thing, that's not how it works. Don't let nobody tell you that motherfucking lie. And just because somebody lied on the stand, lied in the case, this, that, and the third, whatever, the case will get thrown out. Mm-mm. Even if they caught in the act. Like, God damn. Try. Mm-mm. So y'all fooled the hell out of me. I didn't think it was gonna be this hard. I had no idea. No clue. And when you got down into it and through it, some of these motherfuckers don't know that D come after C. I had no clue. Had I had a clue, oh baby. Next time I will never listen to anybody tell me to start no channel, get on no goddamn channel, and they ain't even got the same get the results they're telling me about. I'm never listening to none of y'all no more. No, I'm not gullible, naive ass. Okay, it will never happen again. You can't tell me shit. Because I'm used to people. Yes, they got the best. I'm used to people. If they say that, if they say that it is what it is, then it is what it is. Yeah. Deal with a lot of, maybe, they take something. Well, I don't deal with a bunch of people that they take something that they ain't sure about and put it out there as if it was something. We don't do all that. That shit, by the time we put it on the floor, that shit done been broken down, investigated, all kinds of shit to make sure that it's right and that it performs as say it's gonna perform. It's gonna do what it do. Mm-mm. Child, please. No shade. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm sleepy as hell. And so, um, so a lot of times people don't understand that there is in law that is enumerated, and law that is unenumerated. Meaning, it's a law, it's just not written. You think now, you think with all this shit be going on, whatever. Scratch that. I'm talking like this. I'm acting like I'm talking to one on tape recorders. Recorders in your house, scratch that. But so when you when you're going through this motion of living, right? And okay, well let me say this. Okay. When you're going through emotional living, going through any type of motion that's put forth. If you think the other side isn't going to look at the evidence that the other side is referencing, you got to be crazy. How do they properly address the evidence if they don't look at it? The fact that anybody would think that the defense would not read the motherfucking text messages is just, I don't understand. Just because they didn't use them the way you thought that they should use them. For one, they couldn't. And they tried, and I could tell where they tried to use them to implicate those parents. And they were shut down. But y'all can't see, but you don't know that it's there. You just don't know how it looks. It's hard to explain because it wasn't typed. Um, parent defense cannot use these text messages to prove that parent, because it's not going to be written out like that. Sometimes things are made plainly stated like that, and at other times it's just caught up in a sweeping order. That's it. But it's so hard to explain because usually I wouldn't be having a conversation. But really, if I'm talking to an attorney, I won't be having this conversation at all because they already know that. But and when you're talking to law students, they have a general um, foundation of how it works, especially when it comes to. But think about it. Think about it. You are given just a basic um, instruction when it comes to how to develop strategies and stuff like that, right? Because here's the thing, right? It's something you really can't teach. Like I said a long time ago, you got a professor that loves to just talk about the law and gets into strategy and tells you, well, if you see these type of cases, this is the best way to handle this and this whatever. Because remember, they don't know what field of law you'll go into. Okay, so it's hard to teach strategy. I mean, that's just crazy. We look at cases that have already been decided and try to figure out the strategy because the strategy isn't written out in the cases. It's not. We have to. When we was in school, we had to try to figure that out. Something like I was doing over here, right? I was just trying to figure out, well, okay, how would they, what would be the strategy when it comes to this? What would be the defense? What would be this? What would be that? Right? And thank God, we did pretty good on that. But it's not going. I mean, it's it's not going to be just written out like that, whatever. Because again, no offense, but they're not talking to y'all. When they put that paperwork out, they ain't talking to y'all. They have no idea that y'all would be pulling paperwork and trying to understand it um, as it pertains to the law instead of just taking what it says and just you know and shout out to everybody. I swear, I mean, shout out to everybody that tried to understand and that did understand. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is that we're looking at, when it comes to emotion and limiting, it serves a few purposes. And you should probably pull your what am I talking about? Y'all saw how close that I feel. But y'all should probably well, I don't meant to say that, and I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. It's one of y'all should probably. I don't know what I'm talking about. What I'm trying to say is, I think I've been trying to say it for 20 minutes. Oh Lord, this is crazy. Look at your girl. Your girl is be going to bed like, you know, uh, when I'm the shit 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Have my ass be wide awake, especially this time of night. Shit, I'm about acting like woo, I'm ready for the bed. Listen, when the prosecutors reference those text messages, and we know they reference it because of the what? The corresponding numbers, right? I can't believe nobody actually thought that if the defense hadn't read them, at least when the prosecution referenced what is 233, that's what it is, 233, and they ain't go back and look at it. They had to go back and look at it and read it because they had to respond to it. Like, what is going on? God damn. Hey, mister. Um, I found a lot of them missing. I found a lot of them. You want me to tell you what day that I can do another one? Let me see if you in my thing for Facebook. Hold on. There are some good ones. Let me see if I can find you. I can DM you. Hold on. I'm trying to DM you. I'm trying to DM you, man. Okay. Oh, Lord, you know I'm crazy. Okay. I got you. Okay. This way it'll be right in my DM. I got you. Girl, it's been a lot. I, I found some good ones missing. But yeah, let me say this. So I can get off there and I can tell you about this. But yeah, they had to go back and address it. And just because Bonjean said they made little use of text messages, it doesn't mean that she's suggesting that she would use them to say that they set the man up, in y'all's words. That's not what she was implying. She was implying that they could have been used to support a particular defense or whatever. But you see how she tried to use them. She got shut down. She used them supporting a real legal argument. And you probably don't even understand, even though it's a real legal argument, it doesn't mean that it's the correct legal argument. Right. And see, so it's a lot with this shit. And you should probably just let the lady either explain it to you. And if you don't believe me, just get it. Everybody know all these attorneys. Fine, get one out here. I love to hear their position on how they can use the text messages to support what anybody is saying about somebody that's supposed to be a minor. I want an attorney to make that work because we already know when it comes to the law and minors. Oh, your defense damn near goes out the damn window. Just because it is a legal argument, it doesn't mean that it's the right. That is that is an appropriate legal argument. Well, let me not say appropriate. Just say it's not in a legal the correct one, as she was told. But that's when it goes down to another level. It goes down to strategy. She was trying. So when in one of those pieces of paperwork, when that judge precluded or she granted in part and denied, whatever it was, she specifically spoke with regard on those parents. And they put in the paperwork that they cannot consent. Parents can't consent. Parents, you can't consent. Everybody with rights, good sense know that. Their parents can't consent for their minor child to have no no sex. You can simply get married, depending on the age. Not no sex. That would tell an attorney that's picking up a paper and reading it that more than likely the defense tried to incorporate those parents. Judge went on record. I remember it was a motion in limine. It was precluded, and they're talking about the defense. When you're precluding the defense, the evidence that would support that defense in that way, in that manner, is precluded. It doesn't mean that that same piece of evidence can't be used for something else. But as far as to support that particular defense, it has been precluded. So that means. And just because you don't see the attorneys mentioning those text messages, whatever, anymore, what have you, it doesn't mean that they didn't read them or what have you. It means just really couldn't do nothing with them as far as supporting the defense that the parents had anything to do with it. And you can tell they tried, because on that pretrial hearing, when it came to extortion, the lady even said the parent, they referenced the parents, and the parents was brought up. So they was trying. They was trying to look like a fool and lose their license. They tried though. It is so weird to me. God. But it's I mean that y'all know I have heart no, yeah, I have heart flash, but I be having flashbacks, all kinds of shit. And when I saw that judge, and let's keep it, then let's be accurate. Daybill, Lori, she is a, she's, I wouldn't call it, I'll say she's legally astute to be, she's better than y'all. I mean, the ones that claim to be. She's way better, She got a lot, not a lot of the lingo, because it's impossible to have a lot of lingo, but she has what she needs. She just doesn't understand certain things. But you got to understand, like, again, when they shut down the defense, understand that it's not going to be depicted in, okay, can't use the text message, can't use that, can't use that, can't use that. That's not how it's listed. If the motion in limine is precluding certain pieces of evidence that has been raised or what have you, then that is how it is going to be, a place put on the order. If it's been excluded based on the evidence, that's how it's going to be. That's going to, if it's a car that was used in hit and run, and that's the evidence, then that is what's going to be um, easily, that's what's going to be in the paperwork. You can't use this car. But if it's the defense that they're shutting down, they don't have a way to sit there and know what all they just shutting down the defense. No, you cannot say the parents had any involvement in blah blah blah. That's it. It don't seem to me like it to be that hard to understand. But y'all seen it right in front of you. See, and that lady is, she got the she. I mean, I can't wait to see how she performs in this courtroom. But why y'all sound like that man who killed one of the kids or two of the kids and killed the mother of the child and wounded that man that was in that courtroom hollering with the crazy looking hair. That's how y'all sound. He represented himself. So y'all crazy. Y'all sound like y'all think y'all can get up there and ask the people anything, admit any all day, anything you want. Just, God. So I'm glad that chapter is over. Lord, y'all be doing me a favor. Y'all just don't know. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. This is crazy. I mean, and then here's the thing, right? Not one time has Jennifer Bonji said anything about the attorneys being ineffective in that matter, other than picking that jury. Why? Do you know how fast he would be out if there was an opportunity for them to present a defense and they didn't and they had the evidence? Huh? You know how fast we'd be out. And there ain't no way ain't time I don't hear none of them lies. That'd have been the first motherfucking thing should have ran. So I ain't no punk bitch. Don't play with me. You have to play with somebody that don't like to ruffle the feathers or that don't, that won't get you straight. Whatever, because I never act like I'm slow and, quiet around and act like I don't know and all this old extra shit. Like, huh? How's this gonna work? Uh-uh. And we've seen this lady pull shit out her ass. And somebody ass too. Used to try to get this man out. Why? Why she ain't used them? I'm waiting. I can't wait to when I know that she done she done she done wrote her I won't say her last brief, but she done wrote her final brief before she go to repeating her same arguments again to whatever courts. When I see that brief and them motherfucking text messages ain't on there, I'm going live. I'm gonna tell you that right now. hmm I'm gonna have one, and I'm gonna have one of them guys that still want to give it to me on be my armed guard, honey. So y'all can argue with him. Oh shit, I'm gonna get beat up. I ain't got nothing for you. Shit, y'all can tell him how you feel about me. I ain't got time. I can't deal with it. I can't wait. I mean, she trying everything. Why she ain't trying that shit? Something that I mean, it's gonna come under one or two umbrellas: ineffective assistance. What else? That's pretty much the only thing. Oh, according to y'all, somehow y'all don't believe that a witness can change their mind and stop fucking with you and fuck with the people and take the stand against your ass and somehow that not be illegal. Now, I see that's when I started saying I said, okay, I see what's going on here. I gave people too much credit. I gave people too much credit. I thought some of y'all was smarter than me. I mean, hey. Because sometimes, and we do this as women or whatever, we sometimes will take you at your word. And I'm that person. If you say that, you know, you're the best thing since sliced bread, I'm going to believe you. I know how stupid that sounds. I'm going to believe you until you show me otherwise. Because know what I found? I found that there have been people that have come to me or that I have met that have represented themselves as the best thing since sliced bread, and they were. Shout out to them. So I don't question nobody's definition of themselves. Ah shit, hell, you know you better than me. That's just not something I do. I have no reason to go dox you to figure it out. No, I don't have time for none of that. I don't give less than a damn about that. You tell me you the best thing ever. I'm going to believe you. And for the most part, they be listen. When that boy, when University of Florida said I'm Sports Illustrate Man of the Year, apparently they was doing that for high school athletes and stuff. Break out the magazine, that's him in there. I was like, oh, okay. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Mhm. I will not. I will not. You hear me? Question your ass until you show me something else. Now you show me something else, then like what was we say? That girl. That girl I met through eval, right? How I get on this subject? Let me take my ass to sleep. No, what I was going to say. What I was going to say. Let me drink some of this water. Is that oh, I know what I was going to say. She was one who shocked me, but I had no reason to doubt her until I had a reason. The weirdest shit. I told you, I'm the type of person. If I see you um doing all this type of shit to people or whatever, people supposed to be your friends, people whatever, your family members or whatever. I don't sit back and think that I'm exempt. Okay, I don't think that. I don't sit back and think, oh, okay, well they ain't gonna do it to me. No, no, no. Yeah, you do it to me. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm gonna pay attention to. But you got some people that be like, oh, they don't do it to me. Like, huh? Wanna bet? Do you want to put something on it? Right? And I don't be dealing with no somebody reformed and all that bullshit. Whatever. I don't deal with all that. Yeah, you act all right until the next time you don't. You understand what I'm saying? So, but let me tell you. Oh my God, I told y'all this, and I think that I read the email where I got on. I told her about this after we was having an exchange of words. That's a grammatically bell. I couldn't believe how self absorbed and self centered, just all about self. And okay, after telling me to have my birthday dinner, she don't want to show up. Now, who does that? Now, again, right? I have status. Them two motherfuckers don't. Yvette just be, around my little friend groups or whatever. Some with status, some not, right? I do all kind of people. But she's always, been recognized and well, right? So I told you, if they really don't have metric or nothing, a measure when it comes to dealing with people. You meet on a Monday, you'll be a roommate by Friday. That type of shit. It's crazy shit. Well, the shit is so crazy. Um, that's one thing. And then when she was supposed to come to my daughter's game, now I don't play about that because those kids be, and this is why I always say this: if one of them kids actually come to their game or they expect you to be there, go to the game and be there. And we all, and I know a lot of times, you have jobs where you just can't be there, be to the game. I didn't wait till my child got grown and started going to her games. And God knows, if y'all know it, basketball players play a lot of goddamn games. I started day one when she was 10. Okay, 10 through 22. I had friends, and not saying that they wasn't coming to the game and to coming to the game to support my child or whatever. But a lot of times, if they wanted to see me, they would drive all the way where I was, whether I was out of town or whatever, to hang out with me because that's where I was. Thank God I always had a job where I can, go and come as I please or whatever, right? Because I'm going to be them games. It is what it is. And baby, I'd be more excited than she be. Like, my nerves would be bad because I know that, she's pretty much the damn team. Travel, all of it. 7 years in travel ball. Let me tell you something. I was in travel ball so long, people thought I would work for AAU. People, teams would like teams that needed administrative changes for the AAU teams and things of that nature. They will have me contact AAU to make the changes for them, and they weren't even on my team. Tell me, I'm off. I ain't gonna do it tonight. But I will see if I'm pretty sure I got them. And you'll see how they say, Miss Angie. Oh, you ask AAU if they can make them changes. And I'm going to see if I can find one real quick right now. Stop playing with me. People get mad because they got to lie up their life when they try to lie up yours, whatever. Don't get mad at me. Shit. I just don't know nobody ain't never done shit. Like, that's just crazy to me. Um, they would contact me. Let me see. I wonder, shit. I don't know all my shit. Wait a minute. Can y'all see this? Hold on, let me see. That's not playing. Okay, well, wait a minute. Okay. Alright, what did it say right there? Here's some information you need for the Nike Blue Star Scouting information book. Please get this to Peyton as well. I really can't tell you who is what with all your email name, so hopefully I will get this to the correct person. Thank you. And then, remember I was telling you guys, I was helping kids get into colleges and stuff like that and doing, running around the scouting network and shit like that. Yep, I got 265,000 uh in my inbox. Like, what are we talking about? Can somebody tell me, please? I wish I could. That was in that was in 2005. That email, it was from 2005. That's crazy. That is crazy. That's how long. Now y'all know my child was born in '92. So she was like 12 or something like that. That's how long that my child and others or whatever have been scout. That's how long I've been. Try stop playing. Goddamn legend. If I may say so myself, honey. But so anyway, so she was supposed to come to didn't, and then the thing about it is never did call me and say anything after she didn't show up with the birthday dinner. Never did call me and say anything when she didn't show up to the game. It was months, if not a year or so. I didn't hear anything from her. I'm like, child, what kind of motherfucking friend is this? Like, bitch. But check this out. I always supported her family, the sister, and every motherfucking body else. But it was when I was selling that motherfucking red wrapper candy, when they greedy asses wanted that candy. Oh baby, yeah, they was there to buy that. Of course, she was getting something out the deal. But I don't like shit like that, right? And then one time I gave her a whole motherfucking birthday party. Guess And not the only person that she knew that was friends of hers, you know who that name was, Yvette, that was also friends of hers, but along, of course, a longer friend of mine. The rest of them, cause you don't know about it like that or whatever. I've been doing birthday dinners, parties, and all that shit for the longest. They don't play with me. Nobody can never, ever, 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 ever make me doubt myself as if I'm some bad person because I'll cuss your motherfucking ass out and drag you to your motherfucking death. That's why you gonna fucking with me. Well, that motherfucker, she's self-centered, all about her motherfucking self, and had me listen. I even supported when that old motherfucking the people come there and sell that old nasty shit to your house, the most sex toy parties. Bought all that motherfucking shit. That shit stayed in the goddamn paper wrapper for so long. But because you wanted your person to show out and have a bunch of sales, had me buying all them motherfucking big ass lingeries and shit. Let me tell you, the shit was oversized. A 1X fitted me like a goddamn 3X. That shit was so goddamn big, I ended up giving it to the biggest woman at the goddamn company. I can wear that shit. Y'all know that stuff wasn't cheap. But I gave the girl a whole entire birthday party. Yeah, rich people ain't even know her. Like, stop fucking playing with me. Cause I was trying, cause smart girl, very funny, love her family. We had a good time. I ain't gonna kick it in that hood, child. And oh my gosh, good time. But she only wanted to seem like hang out when there's some niggas involved. And it was niggas that she wasn't going to even ever meet because, just, well, we're the different places that we hang out and different men that we attract. And she the one pointed it out that we stayed pretty much in the same area. But how is it she attracted that kind of guy and I attracted this kind of guy? Now, like, one, because your clothes all up in your ass. And them hairstyles and stuff like that, I mean, that's what you're gonna get. And I don't play with my motherfucking child, bitch. And you gonna talk about you? I'm sitting up here like, okay, is she coming? And because I knew how she is as a person, I kind of figured she wasn't gonna show up. But don't, but call somebody. All you gotta do is call and let me know. I didn't expect you anyway. Mm-mm. And so when that day, and I think y'all heard me on the phone talking to Travis. Travis is the other guy that it called me maybe a month or two ago. I think I dropped that. I'm sure I could drop that call. He was on the marriage yet, whatever. That's different from Tony. Travis is the guy I was talking to, where we're talking about all them guys that worked at that company. Listen, I had that girl, so many friends of mine, so many friend groups. I mean, but it's one Friday, I had Travis over there and a few more people playing cards, listening to music, drinking. And this was one little smaller place. I had about 8 people over 1 minute. 8 people. And her and Yvette called. They hear the commotion in the background. As a matter of fact, scratch that. Yvette called first. Here's the commotion in the background. Hang up with me. Hang up. Call me back with Yvette with the girl on the phone. I almost called the girl name on the phone. Cause Yvette done went and told. Talking about, yeah, we weren't invited this time. We weren't invited. I did that on purpose. See, I've had to do that a couple times on purpose to let a motherfucker know what. Like, stop acting like you entitled, and then you don't want to be a person that you don't just hang around on motherfucking body just because of that's corny, that's lame, and you ain't finna do that off me. I promise you won't get another invite nowhere. And I'll go places. I can go anywhere by myself, and I show up and I'm gonna know somebody, or I'm still gonna if I don't know nobody there, which is rare. I'm still gonna have a good goddamn time. Well, but the one thing will be your ass won't be with me. I don't like people like that. And she had a little hole upon her. She did, but it wasn't like it was. She, in the streets, everybody knows she hoeing the street or whatever. It wasn't that type of situation. So you can go somewhere with her. You have her in your car, whatever, or you can be in her car. But it's some crazy shit, right? And she like what, 5 years younger than me. My thing is, you should be putting me down on the goddamn dudes, not the other way around. So, okay, I'm gonna tell you that story before. She called, man, and me and Travis was even talking about it on the line. Yo, let's go listen to that call. Acting like you entitled to have a seat at the table. Mm-mm. I bring the table. I am the table. I'm the chair. I'm the door. I'm the house. All of it. What we talking about? What we doing? Like, stop. And my whole thing is, I'm gonna show you. Treat people how you want to be treated. That's the bottom line. I don't give a damn if you have your 304, you have a little hole on you, you know, regular, whatever, you know, treat people how you want to be treated. Male, female, child, whatever, that's what you need to be teaching. And child, I was over it. I was over it. But that's Yvette's pick, not mine. Then, so we get into it, right? I had never brought those things up. D-Day come and I bring them up, right? We're going back and forth, right? I told her, that girl, Drika or something her name was, that this girl was trying to make it, y'all. She didn't have no car, and she was trying to go to a job interview. I'm getting teary eyed. I know I'm sleeping crazy. Just thinking about this. This is so fucked up. And I'm the mean one. Letting them tell it. She, the girl asked her for a ride to a job interview. And do you know she wouldn't take that girl on a job interview to the job interview? I couldn't do that. When I was sitting out there, I was sick, and they said I was going to the upper room for about 3 months. My daughter went to a private school. That's and anybody that's in the sports world, y'all know, right? So it was all over America. Seems like to me. That baby, I was on in the upper room, child. So schools was, wanting them to go to her school. Her school, they didn't give a fuck with my dead ass. All they was just, we'll take care of, just go on, die in peace, bitch. We'll take care of. Y'all know how this works. The athletes out. We probably ain't got no athletes out here. Probably. People that have student athletes. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Where those recruiters own you for your children. True story. You think I'm lying? Remind me how to listen. She probably pretty sure she sleep. 11:31. But listen, about 3 months. Went to a private school. Um, I had to pay nothing. They just was looking, and all of that, right? And this was before I had met Credit Card Man, because I ain't meet Credit Card Man until I gotten out the hospital. Was on them up on steroids, and you know, but and he came on in my life and helped on out. But anyway, so when I had gotten out of the hospital, of course, they didn't want me to transfer her back to the school. And thank God it was at the end of the year. But I already know, honey. The school was too far out, what have you. Um, one of the little girls that was in a grade below my child, she was good. They wanted her too. I was friends with her mom. This is when I hadn't got to the hospital, right? My daughter was staying with the people and everything. We got to the hospital. Of course, my daughter's back. The little girl lived around the corner. To get the little girl over there. And anybody knows. Anybody that has student athlete has been a student, been an athlete. Y'all know how this goes. Okay. So I decided for the next school year that my daughter wasn't going there. She went to a public school, back to the public school. The other little girl stayed at that school. I let my daughter finish that year out, right? That year out. So I had to got to the hospital. So I was taking my daughter and the little girl across the bridge to the school, right? So the summer had done, went through or whatever. Here's a new school year. The little girl was still going to continue to go there. My daughter wasn't. It didn't matter. And I'm funny about anything about somebody doing something for you, like free or whatever. I just didn't feel right like that. I didn't feel right. I definitely didn't want to owe nobody shit. I just didn't feel right. And if your child's being recruited, they're gonna follow you, the goddamn child to any school. But remember, the little girl was still there. The little girl, mama, um, something with her schedule was whatever. So I would pick the little girl up because the little girl stayed not too far from me. Pick the little girl up, go from Mandarin all the way over there off of on the west side. Y'all can do the look it up and see how long it is, how far it is, and that dangerous ass bridge you got to travel. But the bridge was right by where we live. The start of the expressway, then it turns into the bridge. So I go pick her. I used to go pick her up. So when the school started, the next school year, my daughter was going to the public school. So I would take the little girl go out. The girl didn't have no way to get to the school, and she loved that school. And she wanted to stay there. I wasn't too crazy about it, to be honest. She loved that school. She wanted to stay there. So it was still picking that girl up, taking her to the school, then dropping my child off. This before my child learned how to drive. Then dropping my child off to the public school, and then I would take my ass to work. Her mom, I was still doing that. Her mom said, Miss Angela, oh my God, you doing all that driving? Because I told you, Jacksonville's horrendous. I swear, if I didn't love it, I would move because of just of the land. And I just want to lay down new memories somewhere else, to be honest. But that girl mama stopped me from doing that. She had no idea that my daughter wasn't going to that school anymore. That girl mama stopped me from doing it. And I forgot how, she started, getting around, but that girl loved that school. And I'm thinking, I'm like, and this motherfucking girl can't take your friend, you say you're one of your best friends, to a goddamn job interview? That you are terrible. You're a terrible motherfucking person. Who does that? I would never do that to no motherfucking body. And you're supposed to be my goddamn friend. So I said all this to say this. Said all that to say this. I sat up there and saw how she was. So I never thought, and I'm sitting here watching how you treat people, bitch. How inconsiderate your ass is. How you not giving, and if you inconvenienced by a minute, you don't want no part and all this kind of shit. No, no. So I could take her or leave her. I mean, she was cool. We could have fun times or whatever, but we would go sometime a year or so without speaking or whatever. Not because we were mad. It's because, I mean, hey, shit. But I just didn't never think that I was a person that she would I didn't think, I mean, no, let me change that. I knew that I wasn't no one special. She didn't. She would take a friend to things. So her and I and Yvette was on the line one day, and I told her that, I mean, she's very mean in a sense that I if I was in your neighborhood, if I had to pee, because at that point Yvette didn't stay there, still stayed over that way. I was hoping I wouldn't stop or none of that. I wouldn't call or none of that. Because you think I had a bad attitude when you call my ass the days I'm off in the morning before 12. And y'all heard my cousin say on the phone to me, "Oh, cousin, man, I didn't know you. I thought you was awake or whatever. I didn't know you was asleep." I'm like, "No, it's okay." Everybody still think I got that shit. Don't call me before 12, but they know they'll get it. But I told her, "And where in the hell I'm gonna stop at your house? I'm not gonna call or none of that because I've seen what happened when others have done that. People that she was friends of, her daddy." And you think I think I'm special? Hell no. I hold it. I'll go to the goddamn corner store first and pee in there. Shit, got some kind of act. I can't believe that you. I thought our relationship was different. That you would know that you could use a back. Huh? Hold on. You cussed out your daddy for coming there to bring you a table, and he didn't call before he come. He's came there to bring your ass a motherfucking kitchen table. Hmm? I done already seen how you act when people call in and come to your house are trying to unannounced, other than a nigga. They can come anytime, whenever. Like, are you insane? Are you fucking insane? So I'm not one of them dum dums. I saw how you was with people that you were supposed to be friends or whatever with. I saw how you did them. I'm not one of them dum dums. I'm that same way with a dude. Yeah, I'm pay attention. I might not say nothing, but I'm never gonna sit up there and see you be do all this crazy shit to people and whatever, and then make up in my mind, oh yeah, that's who I want to marry. That's never gonna happen. I ain't that stupid, and I'm never that desperate either. But I'm never that stupid first. But that's gonna be a good idea. Like, give me a fucking break. That's the dumbest shit. I don't understand none of that. I don't understand none of that. That's the dumbest shit. I just I don't know how that could how you put that together. I don't see how you do, baby. Like another. Speaking of that, like even with I tell you, Key the City Man, Key to the City Man. No, Key to the Man is a ladies man, right? It was never gonna be a time I thought we were going in some serious situation, even though in the relationship had some serious components to it. I'm not taking you serious, not serious. Even sometimes with a credit card man, might be hard to. I'm gonna say, Lord, I'm sleeping. It might be hard to hear, like I'm talking to him. No, like what? Oh, okay, never that, baby. Mm, mm. I'm not putting my all into none of that. Got crazy. Yeah, me around here dressing up like motherfucking Kanye, talking crazy with a goddamn cone on my damn head to academics. Because I done missed judge the situation. I'm good. So I never. So it was always, I'm the one helped her move a couple times. When, let me see, did did any of her friends help her move? And keep in mind, I know that girl's all the way back to the 90s. I think I moved probably about 3 or 4 times. That motherfucker ain't, and I been needing everybody. That motherfucker ain't offered to come over and pack up a goddamn blanket. Just ridiculous. So when I let her have it, hell, I let her have it. Shit. Mm-hmm. Surely did. They helped me come fold a blanket. I'm going up and down stairs and shit and helping out and whatever. Ain't do none of that. And so That's when I came up with that I'm never going to invest more into a relationship than the other person. That way, I don't walk out feeling like I've been in a one-sided goddamn shit, and I'll have some harsh feelings or some deep resentment or whatever. You know, that's 10 something. That ain't 10. That's 10 something. You, oh, you took your hands off. Give me 10 too. All I'm saying when I say that is, shit, you give me 10, I give you 10. Hell, fuck that. No, never. I was so surprised and shocked. I'm like, child, people are so selfish and and it's just crazy to me. Crazy. I'm talking about you've had people that was expecting me to put them on my list for holidays, right? But I mean by that, not in the sense of giving or anything like that, but in the sense of coming and showing up because of family, like for me to come over and stuff like that, and I'll always squeeze them in, and it'll not really be a squeeze because I make them my last spot because I know I'll be there a minute. Crazy. And this motherfucker gonna tell me to have the damn birthday done and didn't even come and show up. And then you got Yvette sitting across the cone, across the way from me, looking crazy because she think that the girl ain't showing up because of her. I've been going through all kinds of shit, honey. Mm, I wouldn't be their friend. Uh-uh. And I was okay with exiting those relationships because I knew what it was. And going forward, I had to learn so much about other relationships because I knew I'm never gonna put no more in than what the next person put in. I'm never doing that again. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. I sat there and saw. Let me tell you something else. And then I was kind of like my mouth was open. I told you that that ain't the best with a lot of things, right? She won't ride the tires till they go bald, and it's gonna be all kind of food shit all in the car. But she wanted to end her relationship with Yvette on so many occasions until she finally did. One was like we was all in Yvette's car. We was all in Yvette's car. Nope, I take it back. No, it wasn't. I wasn't there. We was all working at the same place. who was working at Medicare. One day, I had noticed that they wasn't there. They had them broke down. They had them broke them down with the tire. The tire done went flat or something. It was a tire or something. Them motherfucking cars will be vet zone. Them motherfuckers be, baby, it be some shit. But he said they broke down on the expressway. And it was, I think, Tanya, somebody else was in the car. Anyway, she wouldn't help get up and push the car because she hadn't told Yvette to get the car, the tires changed or something like that before the car break down or whatever. Whatever was the breakdown, she said she hadn't told. And I hadn't told her. And I told her I wasn't going to push nothing if the car break down. And she sat up there and ain't pushed the mother help push the goddamn car. Shit like that. I paid attention to all of that. And I'm like, shit, And she kept trying to not be friends. She was trying to find any reason not to be friends with Yvette. And she finally found a reason. And I would always try to stop that, stop her from, you know, treating Yvette like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I got in trouble or she had a problem with me. Like one day Yvette wanted to call her about something. The girl hadn't changed the number. Well, I didn't know that I couldn't, I mean, her and Yvette wasn't friends at that time. I couldn't, I knew that I wasn't supposed to give her number to Yvette. So, me, I had done, somehow that particular day, maybe the night before, I done gave Yvette the number. Then maybe that next day I was on the phone talking to the girl. I was like, yeah, some kind of way gave up. Tell me, I know you didn't get that girl my number. And this supposed to be your friend too. Like, what's the problem with me giving her your number? If she is supposed to be your friend, why you didn't give her your number? Shit like that. Y'all, you got to understand. Yvette Finn is so easy to be. She's so sensitive, Lord. So sensitive. I had, when that girl was, at like, she had a problem giving her Yvette her number. I had to call Yvette, and I was like, Yvette, don't call her. I wasn't supposed to give out her number. And Yvette, well, she got a problem with me. I was, it was so sad. Shit like that. I'm grown and shit, and at that point, like in my 40s and stuff like that. Like, who does all of this? It's a bunch of mean motherfucking bitches. I ain't lying. But baby, because I was already mad at Yvette wasn't speaking to her. And then when I fell out with the other girl, oh, they were on Facebook like I guess Yvette had done found you know how you I started seeing where they were talking about, all of a sudden, love you too, all that bullshit. After I done had to read both of the motherfuckers. Now we so much lovey dovey friends and shit. Ain't that about a motherfucker? I said, baby, they don't have nothing for me. You hear me? And what I mean by that is that I don't do shit like that. So you could never, ever, 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 ever stand nowhere near me, stand up to me. Be no, can't even be 1/10 of the person I am. You got to be kidding me. You don't have nothing for me. Nothing. Ain't that shit you can do with me. You ain't want the girl to have your phone number, all this extra shit. You ain't help push the car. You talked about all this extra shit. Now, y'all the best of friends. What kind of shit is this? If you don't quit, if you don't cut it out, just be lying. Just extra. The guy you stop talking to you that one other time because the boy that she had hooked you up with, you ain't had no clue that she had to hook that boy up with. Let me see. I'm on down the list. If they hadn't hooked that boy up with her, Yvette's auntie, Yvette's cousin, Yvette, one of Yvette's friends, which is one of the same boys that, well, I'll get back to that. Let me see. That's four. Auntie, the cousin, her, the friend. 4 or 5 people or more. 4 or 5 people. And the shit was so crazy is that the girl had started back talking to the boy. And I'm telling Yvette, you got to tell the girl. If not, I'm going to have to tell her. Because you put me in a bad position. And Yvette don't never know how the people, done started talking or started back talking or whatever. All we know, and I say, Yvette, you are always the common fucking denominator. How you? I said, you the one set that up, bitch. Stop. Like, girl, you don't never. You are always the common denominator in all this bullshit. The same one where I was going to tell you about this. Okay, remember if y'all listen to that call with Travis, and he teasing me about this dude, this church boy that worked with us that I started dating. Somehow, the same dude ended up talking to one of her friends, the same friend that Yvette had hooked up the boy that she hooked up with the girl I was talking about, right? All of a sudden, Yvette don't know how they started talking, but yet she's the common denominator. Out of all the people in Jacksonville to meet, and that ain't the first time that's happened. one of mine, or one of my ex, or however you want to say it, that somehow knows one of her goddamn friends or something like that, and they, meet up or whatever, talk or what have you. Mind you, I don't be in the same places with them, with most of you Yvette friends that I know. We don't be in them, so we're not the same. We don't be in them same areas. They can be higher, they can be lower. We're just not the same. But how the hell, like, and then they were supposed to have met. Um, somebody was in the nursing home. Anyway, they started talking. Him and the girl started talking, whatever. And like it didn't cross her mind to say, "Oh no, I can't help you with this one," because he used to talk to Andrew, whatever. And it crossed her mind to tell me until later on. I mean, we had it wasn't like nothing really happened or whatever. But when she finally told me, of course, she always don't know how nothing happened. And she be the main goddamn one when the girl. Remember, y'all heard the girl in the parking lot say, "Ann, I know you know where the people at." And we had talked about Yvette a little bit, and that's the same girl. Well, her and Yvette used to roommate, and I told you that they fell out while they were living together, and the girl clothing got stolen. Conveniently got stolen, and I said, when the day it happened, that night, Yvette called me and told me what when it happened. Well, the girl called me first, and then Yvette called me second. And I told Yvette, I said, "You got something to do with it." No, I don't. No, I don't. It came out years later, and we had a big old blowout on Facebook. I'm trying to tell you, Facebook and Twitter, it goes down. Well, really, Facebook, it goes down, and what goes down on Twitter? That's what real people be, baby. Mm-hmm. I'm just running my mouth. I'm flashing back, baby. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. Mm-hmm. I didn't learn to not so many years ago. Don't expect you out of others. Meaning, how I do and what I do, don't expect that out of other motherfucking people. These people ain't full of shit. They be full of shit. They about shit. Always the motherfucking common denominator. But don't never know how. No. You don't know how my ex or whatever ended up with your friend, several of them. You don't know how that happened. You don't know how the other friend ex ended up with your friend. You don't never know. You don't know how the clothes go missing out your house right after the. You don't know. You don't know. Never know. Always trying to be with the good girl shit. The good girl shit. Them be the worst motherfucking ones. Ain't about shit. And because how I do, it's easy if you don't know me, right? Whatever, right? And her little nerdy ass crew, yeah, you might be able to tell them something, and they're gonna be like, okay, well, she ended, of course, the bad guy. She ain't gonna tell that to nobody that know me, that be around me. They already, they know that if I'm up there beating you the fuck up, they know that you started. However, that's just so stupid, right? But she going right out with them, I'm so sorry, I'm so sweet, and had that girl, and she been had wanted that girl to move out her goddamn house. That she made her roommate and made her friend and shit after like 2 weeks. And when the girl was leaving food all out and blood on the toilet and all this extra shit. Oh, man, I want out my house, I want out my house, I want out my house, I want out my house. Hmm. She had said that at that time she was, getting hugged. She had said, and her and I had an argument. Now it wasn't even an argument like where we would, because I told you, we would do little shit to each other, right? Over the years. It should be so funny, right? Do little crazy shit to each other. And then you go fucking around with us, do fucked up shit to your ass, right? But anyway, and she lived there with her daughter. Child, that girl said that the hood people came to her house. And she said the first thing she thought about, oh my God, Angela sent hood to my house. I was livid. I was livid. And that was about like maybe 10 years ago. Or that girl, I'm like, Yvette, now all these years, your daughter calls me auntie, and you think I'm going to sit up there and I can't think of nothing else to get you with than hood? Are you crazy? She told the girl that Angela sent hood to my house. So she asked the girl to leave, fearing inspections and shit, whatever goes on. Now to this day, I don't know who came to that motherfucker or not, or it's something Yvette made to get that girl out of her house. But yeah, I'm like, bitch, I would never do that. I can't think of nothing better than that. Shit. Hey, my queen, I can get you a cup told or something. But Hud, come on now. But it was brewing. It was brewing for me to deliver a coup de grace on her motherfucking ass. And that motherfucker sat up there grinning. My child was going on. But it's just certain things we would just never say or whatever. When that motherfucker sitting up there and told my child that I used to smoke weed, the fuck? No, we don't do that, bitch. and then gets mad because I said something about her. Something. Get upset. We had a whole unfollowing ceremony on fucking Facebook, child. Crazy. And that's another motherfucker. Could never handle when you take it there with her motherfucking ass. When you meet her ass where she is, oh no. Oh no. She thought she gonna say something about one of my family members. And when I hear her ask about with one of her family members, she gonna tell me don't talk about her family. Bitch, what do you mean? I'm getting upset. I am. I'm not done. These some fucked up individuals. I just ain't never thought like that. If I think that if I know I did it to you or I or what have you, I think that you can do it to me, and I'm not gonna sit there. Why you did that to me? Oh, because the simple answer is, bitch, you did it to me. The fuck? Some goddamn weird shit. hmm It is weird, honey. People are weird. That's why I just have to be. You just have to be around your own kind, your own people. Because, like, this if I was still hanging around even that other girl, I know what to expect. My capacity for the unexpected won't even be there. I'm just saying, I know what kind of people those people are. I know what, I'm just not, I just know. I don't be having time for no new people. Because you don't know how these people move. And you expecting people to move like the people you used to. And baby, that ain't gonna be the case, honey. Now, when I found that out, I'm like, oh my God. Mm-mm. That ain't gonna be the case. That will not be the case. Motherfuckers, shit. Like, more or less, like, goddamn. No, I ain't gonna get disgusted about it, but, mm, that's something crazy to me. That's understand. But yeah, so, she thought. And I just don't understand why she got so upset when I said, baby, I will hold my pee all the way till I get to the other side of town where I live. And from that's gonna be about 40 minutes from where she lived to where I just can't believe that you, huh? Girl, child, I'm just saying, you know, honestly, is God is good. God is so good. one thing about it, right? Not being um not being around people that you feel that that may be using you in a sense, and it's not like using what I mean, like getting something for nothing or whatever. That it's just more or less the principles about it, and you know, and the fact that I felt like I could never treat somebody like that. I just not being around the type of people where my expectations are so so helpful, and it's that you to be with when you're not around those type of people forever. It's like your feelings. You don't have to worry about protecting your feelings. You know what I'm saying? You can be normal and natural. Okay, like I like to. I'm okay with being the first to do something. What I mean like that, like I'm okay with being the first to invite you somewhere, whatever, and not really caring about whether you're going to invite me back or somewhere or what have you. Because I really don't operate like that. The only reason why I started really paying attention and feeling some kind of way is because of it kept happening, and what it was like my daughter's game or the birthday dinner or stuff like that. Like, wait a minute now, and the fact that they want to see that the goddamn table all the time. So it kind of highlighted the little you know situations and shit, areas. But yeah, so when you're not having to hang around that type of crowd and whatever, you don't have to worry about feeling no type of way. You understand what I'm saying? You don't have to worry about that. And being like, okay, well, you got to teach people a lesson and shit. Like, won't invite them here. And I don't, mm, mm. You ain't got to worry about. I love because that's how you really live anyway. I don't live with like shit on my mind about people, but I don't have people that do all kind of shit to you. I deal with good people. Like I know y'all tired of me saying that. I'm damn sure the only one that displays it. Shit. That's why I got more male friends than motherfuckers who are men. Now clock that T. Clock it. But yeah, that's just crazy. I don't never want to be worried about, not getting equal treatment, better and shit. This ain't no motherfucking hell. Your friendship, relationship shouldn't be no motherfucking DEI. The fuck? Mm-mm. But I got to. I'm gonna get off here. I got sleeping crazy, but I'm gonna put see if I can Google for some stuff on the wall. Anyway, I'm gonna get up here. I'm gonna put on the wall about the motion of living, right? And hopefully, mm, but I'm gonna get some stories together so we can listen to them and stuff. I want y'all to make sure y'all do something good for yourself. Oh Lord, do something good for yourself and someone else. Make tomorrow a good day, and oh Lord, make the day a good day. Tomorrow even better day. And just know, honey, baby, that God stay in control. Never take the wheel. I appreciate everybody that called the line. I appreciate everybody that called me live. That calls me live. Well, honey, and y'all stay safe. You know, keep your this. I'm trying to tell you this. You strain. You end up. You keep going. Oh, along your way, along your journey, right? And you meet people from all walks of life. Right? But one thing about me, my people have the same thing in common. It's the same thing we all have in common. We want to improve our circumstances, improve the circumstances for others, and just be pretty much healthy, good people, and what have you. And I'm talking, baby, I can't even get into all the other shit. You motherfuckers be weird. I sit here and tell you, like, you some stories about the wonderful things that the people I know have done, not just for me or not me at all, for others and things like that. Why I marvel at their goodness and why I have so much respect for so many people in this world and why I gravitate to some people and I form relationships with some people that end up being bonds, as you see, keeping forever. That's not a coincidence, as it is in some of you people's lives. Some of y'all, I ain't got a lot of my life or and all that extra shit. Whatever. Some people, don't have any friends or whatever. Sometimes it's because you don't invest time in that space, whatever. Sometimes it's because nobody want to be friends with you. I understand that, But, yeah. So what was I going with this? Um, what I'm saying is, I sit up there and I watch these people. I'm talking about just I can, because you know how you be in those spaces where you could just sit there and observe the goodness of people. Sometimes you can be on your lunch and you sit up there observe the goodness of people. You can be in the goddamn line at the grocery store and you can observe the goodness of people. Somebody paying for somebody's groceries or something, whatever. And that's the type of stuff that touches me and that I'm concerned with. I'm never concerned with bullshit. I don't dress bullshit or whatever. No, I'm never concerned with it, right? You know, but um, you know, it's you have just like, oh my gosh, just I just can't. I swear I'm just lucky. I don't give a damn what nobody say. If I live somewhere, if I only had $1 in my goddamn pocket, I still swear I'm the luckiest person in the world, just based off of the people that I embrace and the people that have embraced me. And here's the thing, right? They ain't never mad at me because they know I know 1,000 people, so I can't talk to all of them all the time. This, that, or whatever. I can't be every goddamn well, and they know I like. I ain't one of them people like you. You have people like Melody, um, and some of you got some of them friends that I got one that does that like will either be going through something or whatever and just shut down and be just don't answer the phone and be shut down from the world and then they pop out acting like they've been there all a while and expect you to. I don't do that, but they just know that sometimes I just get off the scene, right? And I like to be somewhere taking a break or whatever. But I've been having a lot to do. I have to refocus and figure, on some extra shit, right? Some other stuff. I'll be tired. But also, I do like to just think, lay down, think of whatever. And they don't hold that against me. They don't hold it against me. I'm just having some of my damn tea. And, but I want to stop there. But the thing about it is, y'all, when I pop back out. Oh my God. They be like, Angela, I'm having something this and then the next y'all can attest to this. Because it happens in your life. Next thing you know, you're popping out every day of the damn week. Because it's somebody different. Wants you to be him. As soon as they know you out and about, oh, I'm having this. I got a damn invite in my damn box right now. Had one a couple weeks. It's just, oh my gosh. Then you can't really let nobody know you out. You know what and you know what I mean? Like you, oh Lord. And I be wanting to, but when I can take a minute, sometimes a minute turns into 5. I have to take the minutes and just lay it down, y'all. Mm, that's what I want to do. Damn, that's my damn tea. Mm, but yeah, mm, but, mm, I do know what I do know is I need to get my ass off this line. Well, I wish Kanye get together and figure it out. And if he wouldn't have pushed it so far, child, I'm afraid, especially with this shit with Jay-Z and them, whatever, especially Beyonce knowing she a Virgo, and I talked about her kids. Oh, yeah, yeah. That relationship is OVER, not R. R. Okay? That's sad. I didn't want him to do it like that. But he did it to himself. He did this shit to himself, honey. I hate this shit for him. Because he needs that nurturing component. And again, y'all know how them Kardashians give it up. So, anyway, let me get up off here. Alright, y'all. I need y'all to be safe. And I need y'all to, like I said, I need you to make sure ignore the ignorant. Okay, that's why ignore can be found in that word ignorant. Don't pay no ignorant person no mind. I'm dealing with ignorant energy, none of that. What you need to do is get a ass. They need to read somebody, get a ass a book. Okay? How about that? Yeah. No. I agree. But yeah, just because these people will disrupt your program, that's not what you come all this way for. It's not. So, yeah, peace out. I love y'all and be safe. The best time be the next time. That's my time. Bye.